Good afternoon, everybody. It is officially afternoon here on the East Coast, 12:02 p.m. I'm Sepulent, joined by my great friend Visionary One, and we are super excited to welcome you to just the beginning of today's VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In. This is going to be a banger to kick things off. First seed versus ninth seed. Both teams undefeated to get this far, to get up to this point. And Visionary, I am super excited because we've learned a lot about these teams during the time here, during kind of our setup time. And we know that they're definitely coming on swinging. There's a lot on the line here. I mean, $1,000 are in the stakes here.
Or yeah, in the stakes, around the stakes, within the stakes, absolutely.
Near the stakes, are the stakes.
$500 for the winner. Obviously, that's going to be huge. We really need to talk about both these teams. Of course, Shift coming in as the #1 seed, Shift Academy, 12-round differential within their groups. And then, of course, they won their one playoff match 13-3. So they're looking pretty solid. On the other side, we have the Campus Clutch third place Deep South region. Georgia Tech Gold coming in hot. 22-round differential in groups, was able to win their second playoff match 13-4. So the way everything is kind of breaking down right now, this is looking like a juggernaut matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at people that just tore through the opposition to get here. They have seen, if we're being honest, little to no resistance to get this far, but now both of them go head-to-head immediately. This is an immediate clash of the Titans out the gate. We've gotten confirmation we're going to one of my personal favorite maps to spectate, to commentate. We're going over to Icebox, so this is going to be fascinating because Icebox in a really weird spot right now. People want to play new things, but the old just seems tried and true. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Viper, a lot of Sova, a lot of Sage, maybe a couple of wild card picks here and there, but I do know one thing, Visionary, and I want to get your opinion on it. Do you think we're still seeing Chamber on Icebox?
No, we're not. And I can tell you why. It's the first thing that I tested out whenever he got nerfed. There is not enough range unfortunately, on his trademark to be able to cover your flank whenever you're trying to aggress on site. Icebox is a very wide map, and due to that, we're probably not going to see a chamber. I've seen it happen in ranked, but ranked is a completely different situation than, you know, $1,000 tournament. So I'm expecting to see, potentially, if we're going to see any kind of meta change, maybe a second controller or maybe a raise, so you get that extra molly or grenade on bomb, just so you can not only play Viper lineups, but you can also have someone be aggressive and maybe get something down on the spike to kind of save a post plan.
Yeah, I absolutely adore Raze. If I play this game, I am playing Raze. I would be super excited to see her on Icebox. I think there's a lot of great mobility options. I think there's a lot of great blast pack rotations, and you mentioned kind of the width of this map. Raze can cover the entire map in a fraction of a second. If you use those blast packs correctly, she can rotate from A to B or vice versa, and it's going to come down to a lot of individual moments, a lot of individual play styles, and a lot of individual plays to keep their teams alive, because it's important to note, Visionary, this is a best of one. There's no second map. There's no second try. This is a BO1. You win Icebox, or you go packing. Like, it is now or never for these teams who have had very little resistance to get here, and all of a sudden, they've got to take it from 1 to 100.
Yeah, and that 100 is going to be very interesting, right? Because Breeze is now out of the competitive rotation. Icebox is really the aim duel map, right? We have that initial aim duel. Typically, you're looking on rafters of A or you're looking B long. And so we're going to be looking at those as kind of the focal points of what we're going to see of how to attack this map. Because like you said, it's been there for a very long time in competitive rotation. It is completely tried and true. And when we get down to it at the end of the day, it's going to be who is looking better on those opening picks to kind of just buy themselves some time for those long rotations that have to come in.
Yeah, the rotations can be excruciating, and it's terrifying to make those rotations when you're on the offense, because you obviously only have so much time to plant. That's how the round works. So if you have to go for a fake, or you have to change your rotation and get into site a little different, things can be shaky. But when you get to this level of play, shaky is not a word I feel like we're going to be using very often. These teams, they know exactly what they want to do. They know exactly what they want to bring out, and they know exactly which agents they're looking to find great success with. We're going to be jumping into the agent select right now, and we already see a couple of insta-logs here. The Omen on the board, Visionary. I'll be honest, exciting, surprising for me.
It's surprising for me too, for the sheer fact that if I'm going with a second controller here, I'm probably going Brimstone, just for the sheer fact that his incendiary for post plants can be so vital, because it is so hard to hold B after you post plant. Obviously, we're not seeing Sage either, so we're not going to see the traditional wall and plant meta that dominated Valorant back in 2021. We are seeing the new Valorant. You have the KJs, so a little bit of that as well. Omen, obviously, you talked about the movement, you talked about the high lows, you talked about the splits. That's something that's going to be huge. Obviously, you can use that shrouded step, get on top of you know, the stairs or the ramp in mid. That's definitely going to be a huge point of emphasis, of course. But the other thing to note here is I'm looking right now over at the attackers, which is Shift, and I am seeing a no duelist meta, and we only saw this ran with Chamber.
Yeah, this is shocking to say the very least. So not only is there no duelist on the board, there's no Sage on either side right now. A character that I said, oh, we're totally going to be seeing our girl Sage because she's here all the time on Icebox. She is a pivotal part in planting on the B site. That Sage wall saves, it can make or break a spike plant. But right now, no Sage walls in sight, no resurrections on the table. We're looking at clean 5v5s all the way down. And with a lot of those duelist abilities, a lot of those duelist utilities completely unavailable for our attacking team, this is going to be scary, Visionary. I'm really not sure what their primary approaches and openers are going to be. On the defense, sure, this can work. On the offense, are you relying on KO pop flashes over and over? What is the key to success here?
The key to success here, I'm going to be completely honest with you, is just going to be being able to win your aim duels if you're going to be running this, right? Like, if you have no duelists, if you have no escapability, you have to be confident enough to be like, we are winning our duels and that's it. And right now, I'm kind of curious about the comp. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, Shift is coming in right now, and they're attacking first, and they're not running a duelist at all.
It's confusing. Maybe they know something that we don't, and I can't wait to find out what they're going to be unloading. But as the pistol round kind of comes to an open here, we know that it has to happen. One team's going to win it, one team's going to lose it, and that can set an early pacing and early momentum. It's important that when this team does win this, they buy up in the following round, they keep the economy alive, and they try to set a 2-0. If they're lucky, make it a 3-0 with their bonus. But before we talk about the bonus, we got to talk about the pistol round, and already we're seeing an early aggression come out from the side of Shift Academy. They want to get onto site. They've got the Viper wall down. They're baiting out a lot of KJ util early, and the spike plant has been stalled even longer. I love this weird pace of play we're seeing from the side of Georgia Tech here. They're just using a lot of lineups, a lot of utility, and they're stalling for as long as possible. Merge the first one down. Bread not far behind, and Sultan giving us one heck of an opener. Zabi falls to Ezra, and all of a sudden a 5v2. You can't go for a save in the pistol round, so you got to go for some exit frags if you can. Flower, they're out of here. Teddy finds 2, and that is going to be a very quick round win for Georgia Tech Gold.
Yeah, there's not really much to break down there. We talked about having those traditional mollies, right? And I like Raze and Brimstone specifically just because you kind of get that duelist angle, right? But this is going to be the problem that Shift is going to have continuing, trying to open up sites, because we're looking at it right now. Okay, so KJ molly pops, she can't plant. The Viper, the snake bite comes in, of course, and then bam, you still are delayed on the plant. You've lost all your positioning. The only person that was pushed up was actually Bread, and they got triple swung by 3 people out of their own one way that they were trying to use to kind of push and clear out Heaven on B or Nest on B. And instead, it kind of turns against them, and they're able to be found. And there's a nice little spot right there for that recon bolt as well. Going to spot out one mid, and this is going to be tough sledding ahead. A little bit of default, but when we look at it, it's not really looking like they're going to be able to gain much presence, especially since you're on classics. I'd love to see a snowball up mid here versus this kind of slow play, just trying to hope that you can find one. And I think Georgia Tech is a little bit too confident right now after that pistol round. Push up and really try to force the issue.
Yeah, I think you're completely correct, and I think you bring up a great point that they may not be fully aware of, is rushing it down mid maybe their safest bet, because they can force a 2v1 or a 4v1 against that Sova. Unbeknownst to them, it's 2 on each site with Sova rocking the middle, so all 3 sites are currently locked down in one way or another. The information has been gathered that there is a slow push down toward B long, but the first blood actually comes from Gingivitis. Takes down Merge, and that is a pretty aggressive opener. It gets rid of that Sova dart, it gets rid of those shock darts as well, and all of a sudden, that numbers advantage might go a long way. It's going to go even further as Teddy finds Bread, and already things are looking great for the side of Georgia Tech Gold once again. This is the buy-up round. This is the one they're expected to win.
Oh, and it's looking phenomenal right now. Little 2v1 right there, and it's a nice, of course, Omen smoke to at least get that little cubby out in Nest. Just kind of crisis averted for now, but they're going to push through the Viper wall, and instantly Ezra gets 2. Zabi's going to find 1, but that will be saved. That Bulldog is definitely going to be saved, and it's going to be 2-0 right now. Obviously, if you're Georgia Tech, you're supposed to win that round, but Shift didn't even make it expensive, and that's the thing I'm worried about. You're going to have trouble finding these openers if you don't have that duelist, because we saw Jet on A, right? Playing that off angle on top of the box. To the left side of Nest, and really that's only a chamber, Raze, and or Jet thing to be able to get up there, and it's just so vital. I mean, yeah, you can play Omen on those angles as well, but the escapability afterwards is kind of a pain. So you bring this in right now, you save 4 guns including that Bulldog, and now you're going against full utility. Let's see what Shift can conjure up for this one, and that's gonna be Gingivitis with 2.
Oh my goodness, Gingivitis just rips this round wide open. I thought the elimination onto the Viper was going to be there. I thought J Park was going to go down early. I was going, okay, great, there's Shift Academy's opening to run it down on the A side and get in, but instead Gingivitis has the crossfire, has the lockdown, hungry for a third elim, and Zabi might be walking right into it, but instead the rotation around back buys a little bit of time up there on the conveyor belt. Looking in the wrong spot, gets a little bit of intel, nobody's out there, but as they get ready to pop flash around the corner, there's the 0-point knife, gets the information on, I believe, just Gingivitis, maybe that Viper as well, but she may have been able to hold her angle long enough. The weapon's online, the player's offline, the spike reclaimed there for our attacking team, for Shift Academy. They've got the weapons here, they needed the confidence, and they need to win 2 firefights. That's just to equalize this to a 3-3.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's been really, really great right now from Georgia Tech to kind of just hold out in default as well. They haven't moved an inch. They are holding their positions. They're going to play a full retake if somebody goes down, and they're going to know that they have numbers coming into that. There's the pop flash coming out. Little pre-fire from Gingivitis, not going to find one. Plant's starting to come down right now. Viper also going to occupy heaven with Jet, and there's one. Oh, this is going to be a dangerous fight right here.
Oh, no.
Yes, Zavi and Flower both going to get one. The trades back and forth, but only Flower is left alive.
Flower, 47 HP in a dream, takes one down. At least you made it expensive. The 3rd round win. The statistics have been shattered here. 3 rounds in a row for Georgia Tech Gold. They're still carrying 2 guns. I believe one of them still being that Bulldog. If not, the other certainly is. And as that 3rd round comes to a close, they have mathematically handed over the 4th round as well, unless they're able to win this out in a thrifty. I don't think they're going to have any ultimates online. They're going to have to change the pace of play. They're going to have to stop peaking Gingivitis, because if 2 rounds haven't taught you to stop doing that, maybe a 3rd one will.
I mean, I would hope so. I'm just going to be completely honest. Yeah, the man, the myth, the legend, able to pull those off, obviously. But doing it on the gun round as well, right? We saw him get the opening pick on that A box on the, you know, basically the save round coming out for Shift. But now, I mean, you're looking at Stingers and running it down, and I hope we see them kind of be decisive here, right? You talk about changing the pace of play. You do that with Stingers, right? You're going to run it down. We're going to be able to go ahead and kind of cap that out. And let's see if they do it here. But we already see Gingivitis with an extremely aggressive angle, going to be able to find one once again.
I mean, just a menace right now. Gingivitis showing how important that duelist can be, right? We critiqued the no duelist pick from Shift Academy very early on, and as they don't have somebody with that speed, with that mobility to answer out, Gingivitis is having a field day. A 1K, a 2K, a 1K over and over here on this A site. Flower gonna get up close and personal, gonna walk into J Park's crossfire. This could be a disaster. They find J Park in the corner, but they get caught out by J Park's bullets. One Viper dismisses another. Gingivitis finds a second, half to dash out, misses the 3rd, but still a 5v2 on the board. This Omen, half HP already bred, caught out in the corner, has the spike on the A side, but I'm not gonna lie here, Visionary. I think you just gotta get the spike, maybe go for a rotate. You gotta get out of here though. Pushing this A site is clearly not working.
Yeah, and that dark cover, of course, is going to give away the fact that they are rotating, and you already have 3 people established over on B for Georgia Tech, so this is going to be tough sledding ahead. There's that TP, that mobility that we were talking about. Maybe you could find a nice angle here, and there it is. Soldier's going to go down. Fred with a little bit of action to bring us kind of back home, and the turret online going to be able to spot one as well. And there's Teddy going down as well to Bread, so they've opened up the site a little bit just by pushing mid. Now it's a 2v1. Bread goes down to 1 low HP. No! A big going to be found by J Park as well. That's going to wrap up the round. And I do like the rotate. I do like the fact that we're able to do a little bit of economic damage, but it doesn't really matter because when you have 4 rounds straight, you're going to have money to buy again.
Absolutely. And I don't know the logistic rules here of Spin's kind of programming. I would assume a timeout is coming soon from the side of Shift Academy if they're able to do so, just due to the fact that the economy has really slipped away from them. They've lost momentum a lot. They need to change something, and I think it could be as simple, Visionary, as not just pushing A main, not defaulting to A. Clearly, it's been very impactful against you. Pushing it up slow through mid, maybe underneath kitchen, maybe down B long even, can give a strong pace of play. But if you know that Jet is rocking down A, you try to go B. Now, unbeknownst to you, there she is. She smells blood in the water, and Gingivitis is ready to find these eliminations as quick as possible. Here's the orb, finds one, looks for another, puts them both down, a 3rd to boot, and Gingivitis finds a 3-piece to open up round number 5. Zani gets the trade, but it is too little too late, my friend. A 4v2, we'd need a miracle run from this Viper and this KJ, or this KO, excuse me, to win this round.
And vulnerable, look how much health is taken away by that nano swarm at 77. Gonna try to pop flash through this wall, get a pick or two. Nobody able to be found, but does sneak around back. Some opportunity here. Flower's gonna find one, and there are the shots. Georgia Tech gonna take a 5th round here. And I think my biggest problem is you know they have an Omen and a Jet on that side right now. How do you not check the upper part of the box? You have to. We're at the highest level. Shift Academy, technically the 1 seed coming into this playoff bracket, right? You cannot be making mistakes like that I make in my rankings.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 of the most vertical characters on the opposing team. You've got to be looking up. You absolutely have to be. There's the Jet, she can updraft. There's the Omen, he can TP anywhere if he wants to. You've got to be watching these angles. And we're seeing a play from Merge here that I do want to highlight if he does what I think he's about to. It's simple, but it's effective. Just sending out that dart early gets a lot of information. You know somebody's in the vicinity to take it down. Nobody's looking for Gingivitis. Please, not again. Please, not again. And it is a bloodbath from above here. Gingivitis, 83 HP, puts down 3 members of the team for the 2nd round in a row. Let's make it 3.5 as that is Zabi finally going down. Sultan finds Flower, and by golly, Visionary, I mean, this is just a masterclass on how to play defensive Icebox so far. I'm flabbergasted. I am speechless. And again, a high angle play by Jet. Now that time it's kind of the Asuna play, right? Like you go through, you take the rope all the way across, you silent the last quarter of it just so they can't hear you on it. They're able to swing it through. Gingivitis is now grabbing an op, finally, 11-3. And you're going to be looking at this right now. 11-3!
Holy
cow!
They just now got an op. They have been doing everything else. They're going to be planted on top of box, on A, trying to get this peak. And it looks like a default, or maybe a little bit of pressure coming in, of course, from the ramp side. But they're going to be safe on it. So, like, until they swing out wide, you don't really have to worry about much. Gingivitis could just hold this, dash out to rafters, and have that smoke. And there's the peak with the miss. Okay. Oh, actually, no, it was a wall bang. Omen down half health.
Yeah, the wall bang, the corner keeps Omen alive. It's going to be a pretty critical moment. The lockdown available from Evade, and it looks like they're trying to find the spot to best use it. I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, this lockdown has the very weak vulnerability of giving its location away, and the fact that it makes a perfect circle, the opposing team going to know exactly where it's at, but it should help you clear at least a little bit of the A site to find those primary engagements. Now, knowing a player like Gingivitis, I'm going to guess they're not running away. Instead, they're holding it down. They're holding it down on that heaven. They're going to get detained. They don't care. That's a 2-for-none trade right now. And with this cover to keep them alive, the paranoia comes out, but who cares? Nobody's there to catch it. Viper's Pit from the attacking side here makes a lot of sense. You're down 2. You need to stall for as long as possible. You want to guarantee those additional 400 credits to get that spike plant down. Gingivitis finds a 3rd again. You've got to play it low and slow here. Here comes the lockdown. There goes Flower. Gingivitis finds a 4, looking for that ace, and they're going to be able to find it. That is, let me do quick math, 11 eliminations in 3 rounds here, Visionary. That's absurd.
Yeah, they've matched their total that they previously had, including those rounds. Right? I mean, you get an ace right there. Now you're at 16. You're at 16 through 7 rounds. If my math is correct.
11 of those in 3 rounds.
Yeah. That's 2.3 kills a round.
Insane.
What are you doing with your life right now, Gingivitis? Just on one. Just absolutely on one. And I mean, I don't want to go back. I don't want to harp on Shift Academy a lot, right? Because we've seen all Ascent, all Haven so far in this tournament, right? So you get Icebox, you kind of get thrown for a loop here with the ban of, you know, either Ascent or Haven, depending on how it went. And now you're thrown into this and you're like, hey, what comp do we run on Icebox? It's been a while since we played this in a competitive setting. What are we going to do? And I'm sorry, just no duelist isn't it, Chief. Especially if I has this kind of answer.
Yeah, it's absolutely not the play you want to be making. And a lot of people harp on Icebox for being the most vertical map in the game. There's a lot of looking up, there's a lot of looking down, and maybe that's just kind of a weak spot for Shift Academy. They're great at looking left, right, and center, but when it comes to up and down, they really seem to forget about a lot of these angles. And speaking of looking up, Gingivitis, as if they could look up any higher. I mean, they are up there watching conveyor belt, watching that A-long snap, but nobody's there to catch it yet. They get caught out by the Sova. They get the recon bolt. Have to relocate, probably just on the back catwalk. Oh no, poor Evade, 33 HP, just completely caught out by their lonesome. There goes Park as well, so it's a decent trade, but not very long. Bread falls, 4v3. This is absolutely still winnable for our friends at Shift Academy, but they're gonna have to get that op down, or they're at least gonna have to get close enough it loses value.
Oh my god, this angle that Gingivitis has as well, just playing the top of Nest on that side, it's going to be so lethal because they have so many angles that they can kind of peek out at, and they're looking, trying to find one. Going to evade it for now, 410 being very useful. Pop flash coming out.
Spike.
Merge is going to get popped off right there. Spike is down. This is tough sledding ahead. Oh! Gingivitis a flick, what?
Wow. I mean, might have just broken his wrist right there on that flick. That was incredible. Just a wide snap out. Zabi trying to find anything if they can, but it's all about the economy right now. 8-0 here on Icebox. This is the #1 seeded team in the 0 slot right now. This is Georgia Tech absolutely storming through this team.
When does the timeout come? Like, you have to have a chat, right?
You
have to talk about this.
Even if it's to catch your breath, like,
yeah, like, the lineups that are happening right now, just with, you know, you have a Molly between the Nanoswarm and of course the snake bites on both sites. It is so hard to try to push through that, be able to get a quick plant down, and we're seeing them default. And typically this is what I see teams do. and especially in the collegiate scene. Obviously, Georgia Tech is in the collegiate scene as well, but they like to default, right? Whenever they start kind of losing, and I think that's the exact opposite thing of what you should be doing. I think you have to play with aggression, you have to play with pace, because at this
you've got to be different.
You're kind of just feeding into Georgia Tech's hands.
Without a doubt. I think you're completely correct here. That's something we see, like you said, a lot at the collegiate level. But it's funny that Georgia Tech is the one forcing their opponents to do this. The non-collegiate team is falling into this very same trap of, okay, it didn't work. Let's go back to the tried and true. You know, let's just do what we used to. That would help us win. But to win in a scenario where your opponents are kind of dominating you at this level, you've got to be playing unusual. You've got to be playing weird. You've got to be taking down Gingivitis early. Just like that. An incredible moment. You took the op offline. This is a huge green light for our friends at Shift Academy. They could make this an 8-4 half. That is completely winnable if they can make that happen, but just because you get the spike plant down doesn't mean you're gonna win the round. And as the double econ comes out, the double util falls early, it takes a player out before they can even breathe. The spike has been planted, a 1-player differential 4v3 in favor of Shift Academy, the first time in a long time. Baits the defuse, but it looks like it might not be a bait much longer. Nobody's paying attention, already well over half. And there it is. Nobody gets in there fast enough, and Teddy sneaks in. They're able to find it, and she gets that defuse early on. A 9-0 on the board here, Visionary. There is a very real world where this is a 12-0 half.
And I mean, I would hate to see it, right? Because I mean, theoretically, this is a 1 seed versus a 9 seed in this tournament right now. So I feel like it should be a bit closer. I'm not trying to disparage anybody right now.
Well, if it was going to be like this, you'd think it'd be the first seed. Like, you think...
Like, did we get the seeds flipped? Because, I mean, Georgia Tech had that 8-9 matchup. They were able to pull that one out 13-4, and they're kind of showing why they're so dominant right now. And I don't know if it's comp. I don't know if it's just Shift wasn't ready to play Icebox and wasn't really kind of thinking this one through, and that's entirely possible as well. And we kind of get that blind Hunter's Fury out. Going to be able to find one, at least get some tag damage. Okay, 2 down 80. It's going to be pretty big to start this round off. A little momentum, of course, swinging in the way of Georgia Tech. We're going to see what they can get out of this. Is Bread just going to have to sit here and wait? Kind of just spams the ground. Is like, can we get these volleys out of here, please?
Find something somewhere, please. But unfortunately, that 80 HP does not last very long for our friend Merge on the Sova. They're taken out quick. A 5v4. 3 ultimates available on the side of Georgia Tech, 2 available for Shift Academy in this moment, but I've got a hunch Georgia Tech's not busting these out anytime soon. They're very comfortable winning these gun games, winning these firefights. And Visionary, you talked about that way back in round 0, how important these gunfights are going to be. It looks like we're just seeing a confidence from Georgia Tech. They know what's up. They know how to win this with a blind fire spray from Ezra. They take Xavi down early. Now a 4v3 in Georgia Tech's hands once again. Gingivitis has the op on the high ground, looking to peek that wide angle. Dark cover does ruin that angle, and they've got to drop once again, at least time it out. Relocating with the rest of the team, waiting for the Viper wall to collapse. The paranoia from Bread is at the ready here. This could be a huge play if the team capitalizes off the back. If they have paranoia and nobody pushes in, that's disaster. But as the paranoia works wonders from Bread, Bread was ready to find those eliminations. 3v none, now 2v1 left on the board. Park can't find it due to the snake bite. We need a 2v1 clutch. Let's make it a 1v1. Let's make it a 1v none, baby. GTJ Park coming in with a 2-piece to
No,
believe
no time.
No, darn. Close, but no cigar. Celebration on the side of Shift Academy. I couldn't hear the spike of my own voice. I had to look at the animation, but it's now a 9-1. You've put something on the board here for Shift Academy. It's not great, Visionary, but it's something. This game, all about momentum, all about snowballing. They did it once by the skin of their teeth. Can they do it 12 more times?
That is the, I guess you could say, the $1,000 question, right? Going forward, who wants to be a millionaire? It's not going to be a millionaire, but it is going to be a nice chunk of cheddar for the winners, of course, today. I love that paranoia, the way you highlighted it, the way it went down. It was a perfect one, 3 people lining up, but there's no economic damage really done here. And we're going to see, of course, the Viper's Pit on top of 410. This spot is deadly. We're going to see Bread actually getting behind it. This might be a little bit dangerous. And there's one. Flower's able to find one in it. Gingivitis going to find one as well. Bread actually covers screens. We have the Viper's Pit dropped as well. And now it's a 3v2. Can you res the KO to be able to get yourself?
1 second left. They had to go for some crazy tech. Holy cow. Well done by Evade there. That was almost a 2v2, but with less than a second on the clock, they get the res online. Ezra sneaks all the way in, gets taken down early. 3v1. Teddy, she has been a power player so far. Can she continue to be so now? Finds one. Going to be a 2v none, as that is the second round win. Shift Academy looking for that 3rd round. Can they make this a 9-3 going into the second half?
I love how you said we might see a 12-0 half, and
I know, I jinxed it.
A 9-3 curse right off the rip, and you know, if you can pull off 3 rounds here, the no duelist comp will play into your favor, at least on defense, right? So we're going to be seeing, you know, just everything that's going into that. But I mean, almost mirror comps, right? The only difference is we have a KO versus a double initiator versus, you know, a duelist. Yep. So honestly, like KO obviously can get some value here. But the problem is the knife is kind of difficult to get that value in, especially on defense when a lot of teams love to default. And look how aggressive that Killjoy is. It's going to be gone. They get a lot of good intel, but Gingivitis is going to be taken down right off the rip. And we're starting to see that aggressive play as Ezra finds 1, Ezra finds 2, potentially 3. No, going to get out as they're attacked with the Recon Bolt.
An incredible moment here for the side of Georgia Tech. Gold Ezra with a 3-piece to break the curse here, giving the team the numbers advantage they need. It's a 1.5 versus 3 right now, as Sova on the side of Shift Academy Merge is 46 HP on the board, not even half HP, gonna go even lower as they dip into the wall. Teddy holding that angle. She knows somebody's going to be peeking through in just a moment. She just can't figure out which player it's going to be first. Zavi finds 2, making a 3-piece of the round. It's a 2v1 again. Viper has been amazing. We saw J Park tear it up earlier to almost win the 10th round for their team. But as J Park is currently completely unseen, has to go for a long flank through A. This might be a hero play, but I think we're looking more at exit frags, if I'm being honest.
I would agree with you. I think there's screens. Obviously, there's a jumping molly lineup that you can hit off of the roof to get that default plant spot down. But this is going to be kind of one of those scenarios where it's going to be a little bit difficult heading ahead, just because the recon bolt's going to be available, I believe, in about 5 seconds as well. So even if you get this push, and there's one, okay, J Park, I see you, fam.
No, you got.
Oh, the poison orb is out in hand as he swings, and
pay for effort.
Take care of that. 9-3 curse achieved. Now it's going to be up to Georgia Tech to have the answer on offense with a little bit of momentum swinging in Shift's way.
A 9-3 on the board is very incredible, and I got to talk about the fact Gingivitis just led that first half. All 3 of the rounds won by our friends at Shift Academy. Gingivitis was the first person to go down in those rounds. If someone else goes down first, it's a round win for Georgia Tech. But if Gingivitis falls, Shift Academy is able to clutch it out. So they were activated in the first half. They've got to come through and play the exact same on the second half. Being a duelist on the offense, on the attacking side, this is your bread and butter, baby. You got to be ready to get in there. You got to be ready to get dirty with it. But we know that Shift Academy, they built their team comp to play defense. So this is going to be very fascinating. It's about playing 4 steps ahead of your opponent and finding the eliminations as fast as possible. I'm keeping my eyes locked on Gingivitis because they really feel like the linchpin for the side of Georgia Tech.
They certainly are going to be, and Gingivitis with that ghost coming in, of course, 2 Cloudbursts as well. Somebody bought them the ghost. That's beautiful. Paranoia comes out, though. No. This is going to be dangerous. Getting spammed, somehow survives. Oh my, Sultan's going to find 2 off the backswing. This is going to be absolutely massive. Now the same setup that we're seeing, of course, Molly's everywhere. Nanoswarm, Vipers, Snakebite committed as well. Flower's just kind of playing this top angle. This is one of my favorite spots to play as Viper. It's going to be dangerous, but remember, we have 2 smokers on both sides, 2 controllers sitting there right now, and Evade looking to get a little bit aggressive, getting cheeky with it. Gonna find Ezra.
Evade, gonna be able to evade a couple of bullets there, take down Ezra, make it a 4v3 on the board. This is a tough one for Shift Academy for a myriad of reasons. Teddy holding the flank behind Flower, and it feels like Flower knows someone is there, but they're not confident enough to take that push. With 45 seconds left on the clock, we're seeing a great patience from Georgia Tech, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You know, you overextend, you just hold W, you hand your opponent the round. Especially in the pistol round, it comes down to accuracy, to mechanics of the game, general mechanics of play. Evade can't dodge everything and gets taken out by Sultan for a 3-piece. Let's see if we can get 4 on the board. Maybe a pistol round ace in the wings, as they know it's only that KO left standing. Running for his life, hiding up in kitchen here is Teddy. Teddy giving away, dashes it down, finds Zavi. 4-0 left on the board, and that is the 10th round win for our friends at Georgia Tech. 3 rounds away, and if we're looking at statistics here, Visionary, this round's pretty much in the bag for them. We need a miracle from Shift Academy to win this one, so probably an 11-3 on the board.
It's gonna pretty much have to be 10-1 the rest of the way for Shift Academy.
Straight up.
That's rough. That's rough, right? We're gonna see a little bit of some force action as well. Stinger coming out, Sheriff coming out for Flower. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. I think as much as it sucks you play for 11 here, it's tough. If you win this round, by all means, I will shut up and be like, yeah, I cursed myself. That's cool. But going in with a buy and doing something along those lines, especially, you know, with the Stinger, with the long sight lines that you have to fight, especially here, of course, on Icebox, I just don't know how I feel about it. Yes, is it overtuned slightly? Probably, but Sept, I just,
I'm with you. I'm with you, honestly. When you're in a situation like this, you cannot be buying up on the round you're expected to lose. You need to save your econ for the following round to get in and go for a full buy, but instead, they're going for a lot of panic here. Sultan bites the bullet early from Evade, and that's a pretty massive opener there because the spike goes down as well. Evade barely makes it out at 6 HP, but you made it out, and that's what matters. If you had a Sage, you could heal up. I'm just saying. I miss my girl. But now, 5v4, as the approach does fall a little bit clunky for the attacking side. Georgia Tech, the spike fall did go down, forcing a rotation out toward the A site, and the A site rotation is exactly what they need to do right now, considering 4 of the 5 members currently rocking the B site hold. Right now, it's just that KO, it's just Xavi out on the A site, but instead, we're seeing a full, good old-fashioned rundown. As Refine's Bread, they've tied it up on the numbers here. The shock dart does not hit J Park, so they are tried and true on the full HP. Spike plant has come to fruition once again, and the timer is stacked against Shift Academy. They're not only working against Georgia Tech right now, they're working against that spike. If that spike goes off, that is another round loss, and they will be 2 rounds away from losing it all. Flower does absolutely nothing with the Sheriff. That is the economy out the window. 4v1 left on the board, and of course it's our KO guy who's just stuck over on that A site. Can't go for the hero play, goes for the exit frag, flashes himself, gets caught on the corner, and that is the 14th round coming to an end. Only 2 rounds left for Georgia Tech.
And we're going to look at this right now. If we can see the scoreboard, I'm assuming it's going to be Sheriff buys.
It has to be. You can't do anything else.
I mean, the only other thing I could potentially think of is Stingers and Lights, and just try to run it down mid and maybe just get aggressive on them and kind of flip defense into attacking. But it's just so difficult right now because you just handed the economic advantage and the one round that should be yours. Yep. And it's gone. And I don't know if that's just a sign of busted confidence, if that's a sign of anything else, but it's just so difficult to go ahead and progress ahead. I know you're at 11-3. I know the odds seem stacked against you, but at least if you didn't buy last round, you could have afforded something to just give you that assistance, to give you that kind of confidence to go ahead and push forward. And it's going to be another B hit. It seems like, I mean, Georgia Tech doesn't really care. Georgia Tech Gold coming out here and just like, yeah, we've won the B side twice. Let's do it again.
Yeah, it's confusing to me because I said, okay, nobody flanked Sage. I don't think we're going to be seeing B-side hits. And we didn't on the side of Georgia Tech. It was almost entirely the A-side hits, and I think that makes a lot of sense with the comp they were running. But if you don't have a Sage here, this site is tough. It is very, very hard. And as you lose your members of your team, as you lose your economy, as you lose your 3rd round in a row, you've got to be wondering, where did it all go wrong? Because right now, I don't see a world in which Shift Academy wins this round. This will be the penultimate round handed to Georgia Tech because the economy was in shambles. Evade goes for the fake. They all fall for it. They peek. Gingivitis is going to find that 3-peat. And with only 1 member left standing, Xavi again flashes himself again. And they hand the penultimate round over to Georgia Tech Gold. It's tough. I'm going to harp on it for just one more moment, Visionary. When they bought those Sheriffs, when they bought up, that was when it all fell apart. Because losing when there's 3 rounds left isn't a huge deal. Handing over the penultimate round to only give them 1 more round to need to win this, that's where I'm shaky. That's where I'm confused, because even now, what could very likely be our final round, they still can't even pretend to give us a full buy.
Oh, I mean, 3 rifles, and I mean, Valorant's abilities allow you to get more of those half buy victories, right, than a game like CS. It's just kind of how it works. Gingivitis already dashed up top of tube. That's going to be extremely dangerous going ahead. That is very good positioning, but there's a lot of angles that are being peeked. Flower is going to use that Vandal to perfection, and every single time that Gingivitis went down first, we actually saw losses, but Bread going to be flashed. J Park gets 1 as well, and we see another B hit, and there's Ezra getting a pick of their own. This is just looking like sheer domination.
It truly is. I mean, this is the 9th seed right now, just dominating our #1 seed. We saw Georgia Tech win their last game 13-4 yesterday. They're looking to make it a 13-3 here today, unless we get a miracle from the last 2 standing members. Evade is going to be trying. Flower still left alive as well, and Flower has been a power player so far, but power players can only do so much. One of my favorite gun skins in the game. I love the sound this one makes, but with Flower dashing in, here's the spike plant. A pretty critical moment, but even the spike cannot be planted. Up to Flower to say that it defused. Excuse me, not planted. Here comes the lockdown. Deals more insult to injury. Flower does find J Park in the wings, and I think the spike explosion is all but locked and loaded. Nobody there to stop it. Flower doing a phenomenal job, but phenomenal just not going to cut it. Too little, too late. A 13-3 victory for Georgia Tech Gold to move on to the next wing of this tournament.
And it just comes down to being one of those things where maybe this is a pocket pick, of course, for Georgia Tech, being like, hey, everybody played Haven and Ascent yesterday. Let's ban one of those out and see what we can get. Land on Icebox, and Gingivitis goes 25-9. I mean, just looking at that, looking at the difference, 457 average combat score. That is absolutely ridiculous. Of course, everybody else coming in to support, everybody positive on the side of Georgia Tech Gold.
It was just... It felt close, it felt possible, and there was really only that one major play that I did not like of buying up post-pistol round. It didn't make sense, it wrecked the econ, and it made it practically impossible to win anything else. I hate to harp on it, but I feel like if we're looking at it for an analysis standpoint, that was the moment the loss truly began, was that buy up, because the economy didn't have time to recover. You buy up in the second round of the entire game because, yeah, you've got the entire first half to fix your economy, to buy up whatever, but when there's 2 rounds left, unfortunately, that's just not the time to do it, Visionary, and they learn, you know? It's just fool me once, fool me twice, but unfortunately, that's gonna get their wings clipped here a little earlier than they may have expected.
Yeah, and you know, I don't even mind the force there because you do need rounds, but if you do it, you have to have the whole team do it. You can't have anybody in the classics. You got to get some marshals in there. You got to get some stingers in there, get some light shields, see what you can do, see if you can bust up some economic damage on that bonus round. They weren't able to do it on the anti-eco, and you have 2 people forcing. It just seems like a discombobulation a bit. Georgia Tech just seemed more cohesive. They seemed more aggressive, more decisive, especially with their sight hits. And when things like that happen at this level of Valor, the team that sets the pace of play will typically win the game. And we saw that today with Georgia Tech Gold.
Without a doubt. We talk a lot about team compositions as well. There were no Sages. For Georgia Tech, that didn't matter that much. For Shift Academy, it felt like that's what they needed to succeed. They hit B every single time. They lost B every single time, and I think the Sage wall could have made a huge difference. Maybe I'm putting too much weight on her shoulders, but the pros do it for a reason. You know what I mean? Sage is so viable. She's so important. She's so pivotal to success on that B site. So to not choose a Sage, to not choose a Duelist, there were a lot of questionable team compositions that didn't work well, and at least you've got a great VOD to look back and kind of walk through why did each round fall the way that it did, what changed, what made it so easy for us to go down, other than Gingivitis, of course, who just had the game of their absolute life, a 450 combat score. But there were a lot of small reasons, a lot of micro plays just that came from character choice, from agent choice, that did lead to several round losses. So hopefully Shift Academy can go back and rewatch that and identify a little bit what compositions should be run better on a map like Icebox.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it being aim duel centric, right? And I felt like Gingivitis just kind of set the tone early with that.
Wasn't much of a duel.
Yeah, it felt impossible to overcome after that, right? Because you're just getting opening pick after opening pick. I think it was like 6 first bloods on the screen. Let me double check just to make sure my numbers are right. It was 6 first bloods. So yeah, Gingivitis just kind of opening up, and we saw them lose rounds on defense when they were picked off, of course. But that first blood to first death ratio, I think, is 6-3 regardless. You got to feel pretty good about that.
Absolutely, a 2.0. I mean, that's definitely something to be proud of. And folks, you know, we just watched the same game you did. It was a little quicker than I think we anticipated. Our next matchup is slated to start at 1 p.m. EST, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break now. Keep an eye on the channel to make sure that you're here when our next matchup starts. That was a fun one. We've got one more best of 1, and then we've got a best of 3 to end the day, and that's a certified banger. So we'll see you right back here with some more Valorant in just a little bit. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back once again. It has been an amazing day here at the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In. And if you liked our first upset, by golly, do I have news for you. I'm sure y'all remember Georgia Tech Ice's Outshift Academy on Icebox. It was a massacre, if we're being honest. It was a 13-3 storyline. We jump ahead. We're waiting for the other games to wrap up, and there is another upset hidden in the wings. Leave No Witness wins. They were the 7th seed. They take out Verity, the 2nd seed, 13-10. That was a 10-10 game. And then they won 13-10 in the end of it. And Starfall, the only non-upset we're talking about right now, they do win theirs out 13-5, so they're looking good. But now, Septilence and Visionary 1 jumping into Leave No Witness versus Starfall. And if we've learned one thing today, it's that seed placement sometimes just doesn't matter.
No, it definitely doesn't. Just to mention as well, on the other side of the bracket, number 13 seed Adobo Gang making the March Madness run, beating the 5 seed Starless, going on to face Georgia Tech. So that one's going to be fun. That one's going to be off stream, so you're going to catch the winner of that, of course, in the finals. But we have to talk about Leave No Witness and Starfall right now. And Starfall, of course, coming into this, they were great, but like I'm more surprised about Leave No Witness just because Verity Esports through groups actually had the best game differential amongst the entirety of the 40 plus teams that we had here. Verity was plus 27 in their 3 matches. So I mean, if you do the math right, that is 13-4 average, and they dropped to Leave No Witness. Yeah, it's crazy. They
jumped 13-10 too. It was 8-8, 9-9, 10-10, and all of a sudden LNW just finds their footing. They dominate those last couple of rounds and they win it 13-10. Now, Visionary, the good news, bad news. Good news, actually there is no bad news, I don't know why I said that. Good news, every team we're seeing from here on out, they've dipped their money in the prize pool, right? They've dipped their toes into the cash money here. It's going to be 125 for the loser of this and the other game that is happening in simultaneous, because there is no third place kind of clash. They're both third place. They both get 125, and then whoever goes on to grand finals, that's 250 for second place and 500 for first. So, nobody's walking away too upset, I think.
No, I think everybody's definitely happy to make it here this far. I think especially Adobo Gang going 2-1 in groups, really having to slug it out, making it this far. I think that's a huge win for them. On the other side, Leave No Witness, you got the upset over Verity. Let's see what you can do. Of course, we are going to Haven for this one. And my favorite thing about Haven is every single Valorant player has a different opinion about this map. Like you'll hear some people go, this is definitely defender sided, or hey, this is massively offender sided. And you think it would be offense-sided because it does have the 3 sites, but it ends up kind of swinging back and forth both ways. We're going to see Omen, we're going to see Breach. Those are going to be kind of the 2 mainstays. Now, of course, you can have a variety of controllers on this map, but Omen right now, especially in the spot that he's in when you're attacking first, with both smokes, the paranoia, and light shields to start off, if you want to get off on the right foot, it feels like Omen's the right pick controller-wise.
I have to agree, and Breach has been so impactful here on this map. It was funny because when Haven kind of made its way to the forefront of competitive Valorant, Breach was all over it. We saw him a bunch, and then everybody just kind of stopped playing him for a little while, and then recently he's been entering the forefront, entering the fray all over again, and it's a very aggressive team composition, one that often relies on holding W or playing post-plant, and usually very rarely in between. It's either we go right at the beginning, or we wait until the very end to try and win this one out, and it looks like we're going to be getting an exact mirror matchup, and that always calls for a very fascinating concept here, and we have to wait for them to lock in, of course, but it's fascinating because it all of a sudden kind of falls apart from, okay, team versus team, and all of a sudden, to me, it's 5 1v1s. You have to be not outplaying the other team, you have to be outplaying the other person who's playing the exact same agent you are, and that all of a sudden adds a whole new dynamic to this entire game.
Yeah, you just got to diff them. It's that easy.
Straight up. You just got to continuously diff.
Yeah, continuously diff. You catch dubs. And I mean, you were talking about how like I think people just forgot Breach was good. Like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Until we saw Zeta Division and Paper Rex running him on Haven, shout out, of course, to the APAC region for kind of bringing him back in. Nobody was running Breach, even though he was a mainstay at the very initial part of Valorant. And I feel like that was kind of weird, but like everybody gets enthralled with these new agents. And sometimes you just got to go back to the tried and true. And the way the meta is right now, kind of seeing that 2021 Valorant make a comeback, right? A lot of Jet KJ combos, a lot of Raze KJ combos. Obviously, the chamber nerfs. He might have gotten down tuned just a little bit too much, but I think he's like in a good place after dominating for an entire year. Kind of like Astra. You kind of gotta murder them for a bit before they re-enter the meta in a new spot. So
absolutely, got to break them down to build them back up.
Yeah, we're gonna break them down so badly. We're gonna go with the boomer throwback there. My bad. Some Taking Back Sunday for you, as we have 10 seconds, of course, into the game right now. Starfall versus Leave No Witness, and of course Starfall starting on defense here, so we're going to see a little bit of push towards the B site and garage here to open up the round.
The pistol round is fascinating because it inevitably has to happen, but we're not looking for anything crazy to go on here. It's just about setting the early pace and the early momentum, and it looks like they want to set a pretty quick pace going into the B site immediately. I love the B site plant. It feels pretty neglected in terms of how often these sites are used. Already, Koof gonna fall. JK not far behind as Soapy is able to find that elimination. Feels like it's going to be a pretty quick round to kick things off. Gunny does find Snipor, but with the 4v2, the B site already locked down. This is going to be a tough one for Bam and Co to try to turn around.
Yeah, especially retaking from B entrance. This is just going to be tough sledding ahead. Recon Bolt is destroyed immediately. Spam through the smoke. What are you going to do? There's 4 people just firing bullets in all directions. And hello! Close and personal. Able to find one, of course, is Gummy, but we're going to go ahead and fall down. And that quick B rush for Leave No Witness gonna be here, and they're kind of establishing that dominance.
Yeah, that's a great way to kick things off. I feel like the B, like I mentioned earlier, a very neglected site, so people can often get into it pretty sneakily unless there's a jet on the other side opping, but nobody's opping in the pistol round, so you might as well go for it. Full send, and a full send works out well for them. Unfortunately, quite a few of them go down, but in the pistol round, best round for that to happen, right? You can still buy up. You've got the economy you need, and it looks like we might be seeing an early default to the A site, but we've got to keep an eye on the fact the spike is still in spawn, so it feels more like they're going out to get a little bit of information and then seeing what they can do after that.
I think that's really the smart move right here, especially when you have the Sheriff right now on Zancy, just because you're looking at it and they're probably vying for a round 3 operator. So a little bit of wallbang action coming through there. We're going to see, of course, what they can pull off. This default kind of leaning towards the C site. And look at the rotation right now from Starfall. They started on D. Look at how many people are stacked, minus Koof, just sitting here with a great position. But does he get cleared is the question. And it looks like potentially they're going to, okay. Yeah, there's the double swing. Gets probably 130 on that right click. Unfortunately, not able to pull much through it. And this is going to be pretty much a free site minus this Breach, who's going to be, of course, playing from C-Link.
Breach going to be trying to hold things down from that C-Link, like you mentioned. The Jet wants to find some action early, trying to spam out that backside rotation with the Sheriff, but you don't want to spend every bullet you have. Bam uses that shock dart, finds Soapy early. Spike Plan comes through. Not sure what walking into that was about, but it does enough damage to help Bam take him down. A 3-piece coming out from Sobas. They're letting us know there's a new Sheriff in town by the name of Bam Gunny. There to clean things up, and hey, we've got a statistical anomaly here. It's going to be a 1-1 on the board.
And a thrifty round at that. Oh, no, just a defender's win. Okay, not thrifty. I did see a couple Sheriff buys, things along those lines, so I guess it doesn't qualify. But losing your anti-eco if you're Leave No Witness, I mean, I respect the Sheriff buy, of course, from the Jet. It makes sense if you're trying to save for that operator, but you got to win the round first and foremost. I think that's the biggest thing, right? So now, Leave No Witness running it down with the Stingers. Skirk going to go ahead and grab a Sheriff. We're going to see if this is going to be another B hit. It's looking like an A rush, and it looks like, you know, the right agents are in the right spots right now because Starfall does have full buys here. They all did buy up. They're looking to kind of snowball this momentum down.
See how effectively they can do so. They get flashed out early by the Breach, but nobody's there to capitalize off the back of it. A bit of a spray and pray coming out from LNW as they rush it down. Gunny gonna miss that shot, dashes back in, rushes it towards Sewer as the dark cover was there. And they want to push into it. A very intelligent play, but might not be enough to keep the team up and running. Soapy finds one. JK is gonna get that trade immediately. Skirt finds Gunny there, and Sewers nobody there to help Sewers. And now it's a 4-3 turnaround. Singapore finds JK, and all of a sudden the 1v1 has just ended with dominance for LNW. 2 members left standing. This is the round they were probably supposed to lose, Visionary. They came out with Stingers and I think a Sheriff to their name, but it looks like the dominance has been starting pretty strong for LNW here. They just need to make sure they don't choke the 4v2 clutch. They've got the spike plant in hell. They've got the angles red. And Skirt's about to give themselves away if they throw that dart out. KJ lets it up. There's the light up, and there is the round end. Skirt with a 2-piece to wrap it up nicely. The thrifty round win.
Yeah, not only a 2-piece with a Stinger, and I'm going to be honest, I would have run out of bullets by the time I killed the first person because Stinger's going to Stinger, right? It's just one of those things. It legitimately pukes bullets out at enemies. Like, it is nonstop action, but I really love the aggression that they were able to get, and it seemed like it was going to fall apart, right? The fault line came through at the beginning. You know, you smoke off main so you can try to get that control, and you get fault line, and everybody's just kind of clustered right there on A main. No spray came through. They weren't really aggressive with it. And I feel like when you have rifles there and you know you're kind of solidifying that, you have the chance, especially after you see that smoke go down. Just spam the smoke. What do you have to lose?
Spamming the smoke. We've seen it be pretty valuable today, especially back on Icebox. Not as much on Haven, but hey, it's only the beginning of round 4 after all, so plenty of time to get these sprays through smokes. And speaking of smokes, Hyper really getting risky with their own dark cover. Wants to peek out from Garage, but doesn't want to run the risk. The risk never worth the reward there. Hyper goes down early. Even with the Sheriff to their name, losing that player can definitely hurt the team's advantages. confusing one. Bam. Gonna miss a couple of shots. Bang, bang, boom. Nobody goes down yet. Owl drone online. Koof whiffs it as well. A 5v3, and the weapons disadvantage really hurting Starfall here as the spike plant is getting closer and closer.
I think the big thing to note right now is the two that are alive are both on flank. Is this going to be found out? And this is my big thing right now. You have two people on flank. You have Bam able to get that shock dart down, take down the spike. There's the flank. There's the shot. Immediately Gunny, one tap right there. A little bit of chip damage down on the corner as well. And this is such good post plant positioning right now because they're not going to expect this swing. And Bam can't hit it. 1v3. This is going to be tough sledding ahead, of course, for Gunny. Can they pull this off? They're still in the flank position. Plant's going to go down on back site. You have two ultimates. If you really need to use them here, I doubt that they do, knowing that they're holding that 3v1. It's going to be difficult, and Gunny might be opting to kind of save here, and I wouldn't blame him at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to see Gunny running here. I think it's going to be pretty important to not overextend and lose your weapon for economy, but I can't even get the criticism out before it comes to a close. Gunny goes down in the 3v1, does end in favor of Leave No Witness. They've got 3v1 on the board now as well, a 2-round advantage. Starting pretty strong, something they weren't able to find until the end of their last map. So this is a strong start for them. They 2 rounds up. They've got every weapon except for Spurka, who I think is going to go for, I was going to say, kind of a forced buy here, a buy up actually from a teammate. So almost everybody's got a rifle on the board, but this is still kind of a Franken buy from Starfall. That fire rate might hurt them in the 1v1s.
It could. I mean, you have the Blade Storm though, so Jet, of course, on the Classic doesn't really bug me. That fault line has been so clutch, and they've been hitting with peak efficiency. Honestly, every single time that has found some value to at least slow down a push, as we see that aggression towards A main right now for Leave No Witness. But it's a nice little default as well. We're gonna check out with the Owl drone. We're gonna see if we see anybody sewers. Right now, KJ is the only one on site, so it's gonna be interesting to see if they can find that. No, Owl drone gonna run out of battery beforehand. So they slowly push up right now. We're going to see if KJ has the ability to hold this down. You can see the default is there, but Omen kind of lurking around that C-Link area, trying to figure out where the push is coming from. And now the slow walk back out towards the C site. There's going to be 2 on that site right now with the Jet and the Omen there. The jump spots coming out from Omen, hoping to catch some, just any kind of information, because nothing has been seen so far.
Literally nobody has anything on anybody. This is a complete crapshoot from both sides on where their opponents might be. However, the tide is going to turn here with a 4-man rush down the C long. They clear it into Cubby. They dart come to the backside there. There's the dart. There's the dash in. Gunny's got the Blade Storm online. Whiffs 4 of the 5, but gets the reload on the 5th blade. Hyper finds Zinnicky, and now it is going to be Spurka left standing not much longer. Hyper finds another one. Gunny is taken down, but is it too little, too late, Visionary? A 4v2. You've got the Rolling Thunder online, the lockdown to help, but Rolling Thunder gone. You're not going to want to pop a lockdown in a 4v1. Forcing the forward, just looking for an exit frag. Picks up the first.
10 seconds
and
left.
they've lost him for just a moment, but they walk out, catch a bullet to the dome. Is it a knife? Yes, it is. There it is. Koof takes him down. 1 KJ. Dismisses another. We talked about it's about just outplaying them, right? And there's one way to get into somebody's head.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, hey, I'm going to be right here. You didn't check your corner. And guess what? The knife. The knife. Right in your back. And, you know, with the wonky hitboxes that happen with knives sometimes in Valorant, I'm happy that that one landed because I have missed some that I could have sworn to God I was right in their face. And, good job solidifying that knife, just adding a little bit of insult to injury there. And we talked about how Starfall was kind of on that scuff by, right? We saw a lot of half shields. We saw a lot of that able to convert. Obviously, that Blade Storm kind of opening up was huge. And then, of course, the Omen on Starfall as well, being able to pick off 2 off that opening. And now the fault line misses for the first time as we push back towards the A site. It looks like this is going to be a hard commit. Yeah. And the interesting part about this as well, still only KJ sitting on the A site. Of course, the utility is there to slow down a push, but if they overwhelm this, they might have sight for free.
Yeah, 2 agents notorious for holding down sites by themselves, being the KJ and the Cypher respectively. But with a 5-man push, it's going to be very difficult for this KJ to get much value. After this round, I do want to talk a little bit more about that fault line as well, but let's not pull from the focus happening here. Koof stuck into the back line there, kind of the A-Link scenario. The rotation comes out too little too late, and they've immediately forced our friend Starfall into a bit of a retake scenario. They planted out in the open, the dark cover boxes out Heaven, and Hyper might have to drop down or just time it out. There's the lockdown I completely expected to see, and it's going to be a very aggressive opener. 1-for-1 trade. Now let's make it a 2-2 as Koof is tearing it up onto the A side here. There's the poke through. Snapor finds him, and the lockdown does get destroyed. A flash around the corner. That's got to be 30 HP, if even, but it is not going to stop the headshot from Snapor. Masterclass KJ gameplay right now. Bam. Shocked into the corner. The fault line going to catch him as well. Oh, and he still hits the headshot. Very nicely done, my friend. 2v1, Bam trying to be the hero. He's got it left. Only one player left standing, but he just can't pick it up. Skirt finds Bam, and the action is going to end in favor of Leave No Witness, once again setting us at a 4-2 scoreline.
I mean, my man was getting bullied. He almost pulled it off still. I mean, that is the worst feeling in the world, is being in a 1v whatever situation and there's a breach on the other team and you have to confuse because it's just bully ball. It is straight up. It's like facing against LeBron James. You're getting stunned. You're getting flashed twa
Classic LeBron moves, flash banging his opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he does that all the time. It's called the back down. All jokes aside, though, no, you're talking about that fault line, of course, off the rip, and we're seeing a ton of that from B main, but now we actually see it rotating. So I really like seeing this right now. Of course, KJ is still on A, and I would like to see them kind of rotate sites just a little bit, just to give a different look. But at least that fault line coming through, we've seen it so many times from B Link going into A, and now we see it from Garage. I like the kind of spread that Starfall is giving us right now. The hard part is holding on to this B site and making sure that you're efficient in doing it.
Holding on to the B site has proven easy for our friends of Leave No Witness quite a few times, but this is the first time we're really seeing it double, maybe even triple held by Starfall. They want somebody to overextend. They want somebody to take the bait, and poor Bam, even on the jiggle peak, catches a bullet to the body, 89 HP. Gummy has to dash into the corner, goes up onto the high ground, and finds the trade onto the opposing Jet. 5v4, B site completely left open now as the rotation seems like a quick dash towards A. I want to jump back now while we can to that fault line discussion. I was going to say, I hate that we're seeing it in the same spot over and over, right? The conditioning was becoming a little too true, but then you took the words right out of my mouth and they proved me wrong in that moment. Shake up where the fault line is. That's my only request. I think you get double the value if you continue to do that. You need to make sure your breach is not playing predictably. That's a huge part of the way he gets his value, is keeping secrets like that. Skirt comes out quick. Wow, Gunny doesn't even get to blink, and they are dismissed from this Mortal Coil. There goes that Hunter's Fury, completely worth its weight in gold. A 4-4. Spike Plant already down, so all of a sudden, Starfall, it's not about beating your opponents, it's about beating the clock and getting them there fast enough to take down that Spike. Soapy already takes Koof out, finds Kira as well. It is having a masterclass breach example of how to play that character, but it does not last them long enough. I think this is going to be another round win in favor of Leave No Witness here. We need a miracle run from Starfall to make this happen.
Oh, the crossfire is just going to say tried and true. All three angles of that, of course. You have Heaven smoked. You're holding a crossfire. Two people behind, one on box, and one in graffiti. It's almost darn near impossible to enter the site when that kind of aggressive crossfire is being handled. And of course, Leave No Witness gets on site. They're able to kind of, bait out everybody towards B, knowing that Starfall on a slight save there, of course, didn't have a lot of economy to work with. So they have to kind of collapse and play numbers versus anything else. And that kind of buys them the round as they get the rotate off to A.
The defenders found themselves in a very uncomfortable spot there once they got caught out. Like you said, the crossfire was simply too strong to find the general advantages of success. Got to be another round down the drain, 5-2 on the board. Turret already destroyed. This might just be a tried and true quick run down C long, and it looks like it's certainly going to be. There's the fault line, there's the smoke, and I think the plant could be just around the corner, but instead they want to clear the site up. I think that's a very intelligent play. Poor Koof. No way you find an Elim off of that. Amazing. It's a 1-1 trade. You've kept your team's chances just as likely as they were a moment ago, but Hyper caught out on the corners. Nabor, not sure how that bullet missed, to be honest, but the wallbang headshot does find that KJ. 3-3 on the board. Spike Plant already down. Jakira finds one, gets flashed into the corner. Is Jack getting a little too overzealous for the Elim? Will get caught out by Bam. It is going to be Soapy finding Gunny to keep us tied up at the 1-1 left. I love what we're seeing here, though, from Soapy's rotations.
Yeah, this is, it's just a power play, basically, post plant. Looking to find him. You have to clear all these angles. You don't have an opportunity. And now it's basically just going to be a save as that Spike is kind of winding down. The breach is going to be there. We're going to see the fault line come out on the tap, most likely, unless they don't have it. Is he going to... Oh my Bam. Okay. And he has it. Wow. Great play right there. I don't know if he was out of utility. Obviously, we weren't able to see his point of view.
He folded earlier. Yeah, I remember that.
I know, but it was, it's 30 seconds on the regen for fault, right? Or is it 40?
Right. I might be 40. I honestly don't know. I just know that he used it, and it felt like it was long enough. If he didn't have it, it had to be like 5 or less seconds. You know what I mean? Like, it had to be so close, but unfortunately, close not going to cut it. You got to make that happen in that moment. Loses the 1v1, and Bam, the power player on the side of Starfall, keeping the team up and running. But it's their third round on the board. Only a 2-round differential right now, Visionary. I mean, it's not great, but it's certainly not bad. This is very much winnable for them still to turn things around. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it really, again, it just comes down to that kind of execution. And this is a great read right here, just kind of sitting in the smoke. We're going to see Zancy get double swung the breach flash. They're going to get out for free. Okay, so one knife lands, Gunny's down 50 HP, nothing else done. Obviously, we burned. Oh my, Hyper playing that high angle as well makes it so difficult to find anything else as they get trapped down mid. We also already heard, of course, the not the fault line. I'm sorry, I am completely blanking. The breach ultimate came down as well.
Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder. There we go. Thank you, brother.
Gotcha,
Great
boss.
assist right there. We're gonna have 2 on this A side still as they kind of just slow peek it. I do like this though because they were able to go ahead and find Bam, which is gonna be huge. They don't know that Gunny is still here though. Fault line comes out. But the swing from Soapy just comes at the right time. Soapy with a 3K, being able to find that. Of course, Starfall bought all in this round, all light shields. So we're gonna see what they can do with a 2v3 retake.
This is just devious gameplay from Soapy so far. I was going to say it after their first elim, I was going to compliment him, and then they went and dropped 2 more. Has been such an important player, and I think Breach really can be that make or break player on your team in these circumstances, especially on a map like Haven. His entire kit is built for a take or a retake to really slow down the opposing team, and slow down, they certainly have. Hyper's able to find one, Kumpf goes down. Is that going to be an ace on the board? The dark cover feels a little desperate from Hyper just in an attempt to stay alive. Spurka steals the ace, but a win is a win regardless, and that is the 6th round win for Leave No Witness. Now, Visionary, great news is they could go ahead and lose the next 3 rounds in a row, and they're never losing the lead here in the first half. Worst case scenario, it's 6-6 on the half. Not where you want to be, but not where you hate to be. You know what I mean? This team's got to be feeling comfortable.
They are certainly feeling comfortable, and if you look at the economy of Starfall right now, I mean, Leave No Witness probably going on to number 7 as well here. Bunch of sheriffs, no shields going down. Of course, we do have the Bladestorm for Starfall, so might be able to find some. I mean, if the play of the century is essentially made, you might be able to find a ton of value out of that Bladestorm. We are going to see it pop. We're going to see it immediately. And look at the aggression right now coming out from Starfall on defense. It looks like they're on offense right now, pushed up. But Soapy going to be able to find one. Oh my, it's just a bloodbath in mid, and Hyper's able to find one. It's not great. Is Soapy going to go ahead and jump through this? And you don't have to do him like that, brother. He's got a family.
He's got a family, dog. I mean, that was so aggressive, and for what? But an elim is an elim regardless. Koof, last one left standing, has the sheriff online once again, and not going to be able to do a darn tootin' thing with it, unfortunately. An amazing round win from Leave No Witness. And I do want to talk about really quickly, not Bam, excuse me, Gunny pulled their 2nd Bladestorm of the half and got just as much value, unfortunately, with it. These Bladestorms have not been able to make the waves they wanted. I think of the 2 Bladestorms, they have 1 elim in total. So unfortunately, those ults not pulling the weight you expect them to of the duelist role.
But it's not just that though, right? I mean, there's 3 people. It's just like Gunny got kind of singled out there, and I mean that is the most important person to take down. Everybody else just has sheriffs. As long as you have that spray control, you're able to kind of take care of that. But you get so aggressive with it. I would have loved to see that on C long. Maybe use an updraft and try to surprise instead of jump peek and come over the top. Just do something different. That rush down B, I understand running it down when obviously you're on an eco, just trying to get that damage out. And they did do some decent damage. They took down 2 players, but at this point, it's 7-3, and we know Haven can swing both ways. It can be offensive sided, it can also be defender sided. And right now, Leave No Witness just seems to have that map control, that knowledge, and that just cohesive push that's giving them the edge over Starfall right now.
Feels very reminiscent back of round number 5, where it was neither team really jumping the gun. Everybody wanted to slow it down. Nobody wanted to give themselves away early. I love that we kind of get to see the gears moving on the side of Leave No Witness right now. They want to clear every angle. They want to hold every corner. They want to make sure nobody's going to sneak up on them and get another knife elimination. The dark cover from Hyper is going to clear them out of Garage. The Fault gets a bit of intel that there is somebody hiding out in Garage, but nobody wants to be the first to make that mistake, because making that mistake can often cost your team the round or maybe even the half. And right now, Starfall doesn't want to cost themselves anything. Already down by 4. They want to hold everything as much as they can. You've got to check your corners, and they certainly will. Spurka finds Bam, Skirt finds Gunny, and Leave No Witness. All of a sudden, they've got what they need to hard run it down on the A side.
There is some opportunity here. Breach with a lurk coming out of sewer, going to be able to find one. So Zaxby's going to be off, and there is,
Bouncy
of course,
time.
the rolling thunder. It's time to go up and down. We came to get down. We came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jay's still going to stay alive right now, but he is being hard swung right now by Spurka, who is going to be able to find that pick. And Koof now, with basically the impossible task, does have the lockdown available. And I mean, but like KJ was on C, and you see this so much, the Sentinel being the last alive, having a clutch and not really having the utility available to be able to do it. It's the hardest thing to do in Valorant. This isn't Chamber. You're not going to have that TP. You're not going to have that escapability. You're on a KJ. You can't throw out the turret because you give away your position. You kind of just have to sit here and wait and just hope that someone gets overzealous. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Very, very solid play right there from Leave No Witness. Just patient, being like, hey, they're probably not going to peek. It's a KJ. They're not going to burn the ult. So we're going to go ahead and just leave this be. It's going to be 8-3. And I think if Starfall can maybe pull off the 4th round, they have a good opportunity to maybe swing some momentum back their way. But right now, Leave No Witness, like you said, just methodical, clearing every corner, working every angle, really working the entirety of the map. And because of that, they're able to come through, just do really good work and really ensure themselves some plants. So they know all they have to do is play a post plant.
Yeah, this 4th round is going to be pretty pivotal because if you remember jumping back to Shift Academy and Georgia Tech, we saw 9-3 in that game. We saw Georgia Tech continue that dominance. They turned the 9 into a 13 in the blink of an eye. So we might see a very similar story here if we end up at a 9-3. Leave No Witness finding themselves at 8. They want to turn that into a 9, but we've had some star moments from Starfall. We've seen some pretty impressive plays, and I'd love to see that consistency come out from them again. I think the key to their success is going to be a little bit more patience, letting the team kind of pour into them and not peeking wide corners like this. 2 of them go down. One of them unfortunately gets flashed out. That's just going to be bad timing. But with 4v2 already, I do believe the 9-3 is just around the corner. Jay Kira going to send the flash out early, wants to get some damage, but I really feel like we're delaying the inevitable here, Visionary. It would be, I hate to call it a miracle, but it would be very impressive to see the 2v4 turnaround.
Look at the positioning as well, right? We're going to have the lockdown come down from the attackers. They're going to run around. They're actually going to fake this and bait it all the way out. They're trying to bait out the other Killjoy to go ahead and throw theirs down, but they're being vigilant with this, understanding that, hey, this is a rotation situation, and this is terrifying, especially for Jakara, because he's going to get caught out, and now it's going to be a 1v4 once again.
4th time in a row.
Goof, I'm sorry, dude, but I mean, you got to burn it at this point. Go throw it up in heaven and see what you can find, brother. That's all I can say about this.
I mean, it's the last round. You might as well.
Yeah, throw it in heaven. It'll get at least everybody cleared off of site directly. Now, of course, it can be wall banged, so it's kind of iffy, but maybe you kind of just test your luck here.
If we just tuck it back a little bit. Oh, you just get sent packing right into the Shadow Realm. Skirt now going for a TK if they can get 2 in there, but unfortunately, it's only the 1. I said it a minute ago. I just want to say it again to reiterate for those watching. Last time we saw 9-3 was on Icebox, and it was Georgia Tech Gold. They had 9. They turned it into 13 immediately. They did not lose another round for the rest of the game, and I would be comfortable to say if Leave No Witness wins this round, if they make this a 10-3, I very likely think we're going to be seeing another 13-3 scoreline today. Also, Leave No Witness, they got here by a 13-10. So I bet they're feeling very comfortable that this is their next game.
Yeah, they're definitely in a better spot than they were last time, and I think the big thing going into this is we cannot see the Force round 2. You have to give yourself the opportunity to at least take a round and try to snowball some momentum. And now Starfall on offense has an opportunity of a lifetime here to try to regain this. We can try to speak that 9-3 curse back into existence, of course, and see a little bit of a closer game. Now we see the breach, actually the breach flash, the flashpoint coming out extremely early over onto B Link. Kind of awkward. I mean, obviously, I understand flashing out that breach. Nobody is on A site right now, but look at the map control being taken by Leave No Witness right now. 3 of them. Koof, you have to be huge here.
God,
you have to be huge here, and he's not going to find any value. Bam is getting skirted off of this as well, and now the understanding that, hey, A site's going to be taken, but we're going to have 3 people to deal with on flank. This is going to be extremely difficult to hold after you plant.
That's a tough one to lose, Koof. That earlier Sova falls down, I think 30-something HP. They've got the intel that Gunny is going to be mid, but you get too busy looking at the breach, and your KJ able to find a 1-tap of their own. Honestly, looking somewhat reasonable for the side of Starfall, especially as Sophie does find Gunny, and it's going to be a... No! Spurka! 2nd knife in a row. We have seen one character knife their opponent on the same character. Team Ace, too. Oh my goodness, that... You know, that's not even about the physical game, because somebody wins the pistol round. That's how pistol rounds go. That's entirely about the mental game, Visionary. The knife kill, the team ace. I mean, it was about sending the message, we are going to beat you right now.
And Starfall, now see, here's the difference in between the last force. No, but here's the difference in between the last force we saw in this force, right? We saw 3 players force on on shift last time. This is a full force. Stingers are the meta right now. Run it down, go get yourself some. But look at this positioning on C. They're 4-stacking C. They are 4-stacking C, leaving KJ completely alone and just trying to take all the flank map control right now. They think they have a hard read. It's going to be the time to go ahead and take out that turret. We're going to see, of course, the breach coming in as well. They're wasting all this util. There's nobody here.
They don't know.
There's nobody here. They don't know. And there's so many on. Oh my God, this is set up to just be a
Spike planted.
massive retake coming from Leave No Witness with 3 more on flank once again. And look at the positioning of the Killjoy.
There it is.
Coop is just completely dominated again. And there is the big push coming from main. Oh my, this is going to be very difficult to deal
Now
with.
with Coop going down, at least they know somebody's coming main. At least they have that intel, right? But now all of a sudden, oh crap, somebody's heaven. What do? You can't look both ways at the same time. Shapur does go down, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Sophie falls to Gunny, and Bam takes out the Jet. This could be it. Spurka has Bam on the ropes, 42 HP. Start finds Bam. Sova dismisses Sova, and that is the 11th round win for Leave No Witness.
He's on 1. So I'm sorry,
Wow.
Skirt's on 2 HP.
Wow.
And I would argue that because they were lined up on the spike, there was the potential to maybe get that round.
You just spray there. You just spray and pray, honestly. You know where the spike's at.
You have 20 bullets in a stinger. You better use every single last one trying to hopefully get that double swing. But we're going to see the scuff buy, trademark here. The scuff buy coming out. Yeah, the Franken buy coming out from Starfall right now. And I mean, that's the problem with forcing. They did find, of course, some economy, able to take down some people. See some bulldogs on the other side as well. But when that's the most you're going up against, it's not really an issue.
Now our defenders, again, going to be shaking things up. There's no gamble stack this time. They're much more appropriately split up. Looks like this could be a quick C push. The KJ turret putting Gunny down to 43 HP with the help of the Omen. Turret finally bites the dust, but Snapor peeks the corner a little too overzealous. Does not wait things out. Pretty poor trigger discipline, but you get the trade, and that's what matters. Omen TP's out. Gunny misses the shot. Bam finds one to trade it out, and this is a 4v3. Oh, just kidding. Now it's a 3v2. Gunny really being the hero player this team needs. Soapy has the flank, but not the bullets they need. Catches Gunny through the smoke and makes it possible all over again. Omen v Omen, Breach v KJ. They want those 400 credits for the following round, but they don't want to give their lives to do it. Keeping an eye on Garage, but it looks like it's going to be that sneak flank. Elim, there goes Koof, not the last one left standing. There it is, and Hyper, very well done, my friend. A 2-piece with the Sheriff, 11-4. Starfall down, but not out.
And that's why bringing those bulldogs on that force is so important, is because you get that chip damage, right? You see the second kill only needed 55, and you're down to work with that, and you're going to go with it, and you see kind of still franken by a ton of light shields coming out. And the problem is you see 3 phantoms on the other side. The light shield strat does not really vibe unless you're playing against a Vandal, because you're either dead with a headshot anyway with full armor, or it's 4 shots, and it's the same with the lights. So seeing that come through right now, obviously Starfall, you got to buy what you can get, but maybe you start swinging some momentum your way. We have Crispy here. There comes the fault line. Here comes the swing with the operator, and Zincy's gonna be able to find one.
That was a cute little play. I like that. I think that was really risky to peek with the operator, but you knew the fault line was there. You knew somebody would get stunned out if they found themselves caught in the corner, and caught they certainly were. That operator makes waves, a 5v4 out the gate. They can sense the B push, perhaps the C push. They want to run toward the link, toward a garage, and all of a sudden, 8 of our 9 standing players hugging that B link area. This is tricky here, Visionary. I'm not gonna lie, man. This is a tough one, because if they overextend into B, they give 1 or 2. All of a sudden, they're at a 2-player disadvantage, just like that. Spurka finds them both. Already gonna be down to 30 HP, but Spurka, even if you go down, you've done your work, my friend. Your bills are paid, especially as you find Bam out the gate. This poor Omen up to save the day. Gonna get caught by the fault line. There it is in the corner. Spurka 4K with the 12th round win. Very likely the penultimate round win for Leave No Witness on the board. Starfall, they start strong, but unfortunately they're just not able to find it. And Visionary, the timeout here is... Give me your thoughts on this. Yeah, give me your thoughts on this.
Too little, too late. You know, I like, you have one each half, right? Like when your defense is kind of falling apart, right? You chose defense. That was your chosen side. You weren't able to come through with it. So I feel like they're just trying to take a breather, maybe regain a little bit, but they were all on light shields last round too. So we're going to see another, as you call it, Frankenbuy coming in. It's going to be more and more difficult to kind of push forward in this map right now, especially with an operator on the side. So C or A, probably going to be a no-go, because you're going to get peeked right off the rip unless you have to burn that smoke initially to just try to get through it. It's going to be very difficult for them to kind of progress through. And I understand, hey, like, you have to force everything you can. You're on match point. That all makes sense. But like, why are you calling it now? Why aren't you calling it after the pistol round loss, so you can save or, you know, force and actually get some momentum and actually talk through what you need to do to be successful here?
Yeah. And I think this might be a little bit of a weird point, but I feel like socially and emotionally as well, this puts a weird stack on the player's shoulders. Like, what is this talk going to do other than do better? This is your last chance. I'm like, in reality, that's not going to fix much. This timeout should have come, you know, halfway through the first half or after the first 2 rounds of this second half here. But they, timeout or not, they have one more chance here. And that's how the game is going to pour out until it is over. It feels weird, it feels clunky, but hopefully, fingers crossed, it did something magical for Starfall, because they have been doing everything they can. They've been getting outplayed time and time again. A third Blade Storm comes out, the third of the round here, of the game, excuse me, from Gunny. Not able to do much so far. A lot of util sent out. Gunny does find Snapor, gets flashed into mid, and not a terrible trade. You found one, you gave your life for the cause, and now, as Skirt finds Koof, the numbers may be stacking against you once again. Breach v Breach, Soapy v Jay Kira, and Jay can't peach the corner. Has to go for the flash, trying to do a bit of damage, forcing Soapy to relocate. And relocate they shall. The dark cover makes everybody a little bit more nervous to peek these angles. Owltrone out, gets the read. And here comes another Hunter's Fury to try and find anybody. The great read there. Spurka puts down Bam, and Jay Kira there to keep the team alive. But this team shall not be alive here much longer, unfortunately. Their time at the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In, may be coming to a close right here.
It certainly looks like it. 1v3 here. You have a fault line. You have both of your flashpoints still available. So at least you have that going for you, right? You have some util. You don't have the spike, though. And you see everybody stacked on the garage just staring at Spike right now. And this is going to be tough sledding ahead. You got to burn a flash here. You got to burn a fault line here. And you could potentially get 3 with a fault line. Oh, that's a great start right there. Oh, whoa! Are they able to find out of ammo? And Jakira, despite the excellent effort, is going to go ahead and go down. Leave no witness. The 7 seed upset Verity Esports, now upsetting the 3 seed on the run to the finals, of course, of this Valorant Times Invitational. You love to see it. And you talked about every single character having to diff their own. The only one who even was close was Bam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really highlighted my point through and through. When you play a mirror matchup like this, it's about each individual person's performance in outplaying physically, mentally, and mechanically. And like you said, almost everybody is able to do that. But Bam does break the curse, going 12 and 16 on the board. A very impressive run. Absolutely. I've got to say, I'm very impressed with Starfall. I hate to see them go, but leave no witness. Their second upset in a row to secure a spot in the last matchup today, the only best of 3 on the day.
Yeah, and I mean, that best of 3 is going to be great. I'm really excited and looking forward to watching it. Of course, I'm not going to be here for it. That's going to be doing it for me. So obviously, we've seen kind of 2 stompings so far today, of course, with Georgia Tech Gold going 13-3 over Shift Academy, and then Leave No Witness here, of course, taking down that one. But it's been a pleasure getting to cast with you, man. It's been a ton of fun. Is there any last points that you kind of want to break down out of what we've seen so far?
I think you nailed all of them. I had a great time working with you. It was really a lot of fun. I'm glad we got to walk through. Even if there were stomps, they were at least somewhat entertaining, and that's what matters to me at the end of the day. But Visionary, thank you so much for joining us, man. It was great having you here. It was great to see you here, and thank you so much for all of your time. But folks, like he mentioned, we're going to go ahead, throw it to a break here. I will be back in just a little bit here with Ash for our grand finals here. So don't go far. It's going to be pretty exciting. We know that Leave No Witness has secured their spot. Going to find out who is next. We'll let you know when we come back in just a couple of minutes.
esports landscape can be an overwhelming environment for directors of new esports programs, leagues, and teams just starting up. Let's be real. You can let Emerge take the burden of figuring out merchandising off your hands. You can host your team shop on their website, featuring custom logos and merch designs built by some of the most creative and experienced artists in the industry. I've seen them firsthand. They are so cool. Or, if you have your own design, you have to check out their 3D custom jersey builder. You can easily load in your brand's logos and have all merchandise printed and shipped on demand. Visit emergeapparel.gg and work with us to create your team shop today.
Now, folks, if you've been with us here today at the VAL Times Invitational hosted by Stay Plugged In, you know today has been the day of upsets. We've had more upsets than we have statistical expectations follow through today. It has been incredible to see how we've gotten all the way to these two final teams. I am Sectolence, joined by Ash, and Ash, if I know one thing today, it's that this series of all maps we've seen today should not be a shutout. I'm truly hoping it is not a shutout like we've seen in the rest of these maps.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're thinking about the teams that were the ones to do the shutdowns on others, you're going to hope that when it comes to the head-to-head, that's going to be a tight matchup, that they're going to take it the distance to, you know, the 24-round max, maybe to OT even, in the entire series. Because, again, finals is the only best of 3 here for the VAL Times Invitational. I'm excited to see Leave No Witness versus Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Georgia Tech Gold, they win out their semifinals matchup 14-12 in overtime. That is the one series so far this weekend they really had to fight for, and Leave No Witness, they have their own. They went out 13-10 over the number 2 seed Verity Esports to get here, and then they went into their semifinals 13-4, I believe, over Starfall. We actually got to watch that, so an incredibly dominant performance from both teams. They've had their highs, they've had their lows, but they've made it to grand finals, and now, Ash, it's not about winning just one more time. You've got to win at least 2 to walk away with that first place.
Well, you have to win 2. That's like, when it comes down to it, that you have no other options. We're in finals, there's nowhere else to go. These two teams are duking it out for the first place prizing here. And again, it's a prize pool of $1,000 for the VAL Times Invitational. First place gets that sweet $500. Second place, $250, and third and fourth get to split $125. But when it comes down to it, we do know what maps are actually coming up here for this best of 3.
We absolutely do, and we're starting off with one we haven't seen today. One of my favorites in the game. I always call it the face of Valorant. We see it so often. We're going to be jumping over to Ascent for map number 1. We do know I'm excited about map 2 and 3 because we've seen them both today, and we've seen both of these teams play one of those maps. So map 2, we saw Georgia Tech play Icebox earlier today, and then map 3, we saw Leave No Witness play Haven just one series ago. So they're all starting on quote-unquote unfamiliar ground, so to speak, and then both of them have the chance to return to those comfortable maps that they know and performed so well on earlier today.
For sure, and we've already got, I believe, an agent select coming up here for us as well that we can tune into. And how are you feeling about these picks so far? Because when it comes down to agent select, it's nearly a mirror comp. You have the duelist. Actually, no, it's not even. I saw the Killjoys and I was like, okay, pretty standard. KO, you got this. And then when it comes down to the controllers and duelists, though, and then you've also got that main initiator, we're going to see some swap outs.
Yeah, there are some choices being made here for sure, and I think it makes a lot of sense when you look at the side of Georgia Tech. We're seeing an Astra and a Fade and a Raze. Fade and Raze have been much more popular recently as a duo in particular. They felt very strong, and Astra, I feel like if we're ever seeing her anywhere, it's only on Ascent. So while they feel like semi-unconventional picks, I think they can still make a lot of sense for this map in particular, especially when you're starting on the defense. We know there's that very common Fade Raze combination of the grenade and the Fade pull to really get some early eliminations. So maybe that's the kind of stall potential that Leave No Witness is going to be walking into.
Definitely possible, but you've also got a quick shutdown here from Sophie as well with that 0 point right off the bat. Able to detect 3 hostiles, suppressed as well. Still able to get the combo down, but no damage done here.
No damage done. You made space, but it's going to be pretty delayed, all things considered. Ezra finds the turret early, and it racks up a little damage, but all it does is really give you away. It makes a little bit of space for you to hold S instead of W, and the slow rotation is going to be making fruition here. I think that's going to be a surprise to nobody, as they want to pretty consistently go out. They got a lot of intel. You know, they know the Fade is over there. They know the Raze over there. They know the Killjoy is nearby. Okay, let's just run simple math here. 5 is more than the 2 who must be on A site, so maybe they're going to be a little more comfortable running it down toward that A. Especially with that dark cover coming in.
There was a nice stall, though, coming out from Teddy. You know, playing aggressively here in A main, but with the recon about to go through, it's a fast dash onto site here for Leave No Witness. They're entering A.
They're going to be entering A. A 2-piece comes out quickly for Leave No Witness. J-Park was able to find something, but unfortunately the numbers were not there to stop the barrage of bullets heading towards them. Poor Ezra caught on the high ground. We've seen KJ as the last member standing of a team so many times, and in a pistol round like that, there's so little to be done. First round will be ending in favor of Leave No Witness.
Really nice bait and switch to come out early here from Leave No Witness. It's kind of tough because when it comes down to it, Georgia Tech, they had a lot of map control on both extremities. Leave No Witness, they didn't even choose to enter towards mid, but ended up getting caught out by the fact that Leave No Witness were not afraid to disrespect the smoke with the help of the Initiator utility coming out from Skirt. But now we're going to see more so of a default coming out here for Leave No Witness on their buy-up round. Georgia Tech going to be on that eco.
The eco is a scary place to be, especially this weekend. We've seen a lot of teams buy up when they shouldn't have, or not when they should have. It's been a lot of back and forth, but in the second round of the game, you've lost the first. There's a pretty statistical expectation of losing the second, and that doesn't make or break your team by any means. So I think playing it slow makes a lot of sense for the side of Georgia Tech as they lost that first round. They're falling for a quick rotation towards the A and actually up through mid a bit, but they actually, no, I'm sorry, it's a full gamble stack onto the A site, so it could be Leave No Witness getting B for free if they choose to commit.
Blocking sight.
True, but what I really like was the door flows here coming out from Georgia Tech, right? It gives that sound cue over for this now mid-rotation once again, just trying to play kind of wacky, to be honest, on the GT side. Trying to get behind Leave No Witness, keep them guessing as far as the positioning goes. But it'll be a full flank through B main here. No Sentinel utility to watch. They might actually catch one out if Leave No Witness chooses to take that B main control back.
This is so funny because this is the exact playstyle that Leave No Witness used to beat out their team to get to grand finals, and now it feels like Georgia Tech's trying to run it down on them, give them a taste of their own medicine, and unfortunately, it is not working well, at least not yet. What a shock dart from Skirt. Almost a two-piece there as Sultan, now probably 10 or less HP on the board, stuck in the corner. The spike is ticking, and there is so little to be done here from Georgia Tech. J Park from the mid has the classic, takes down Snapboard, gets a new gun for their efforts, but it is a three-piece to clean things up quickly and Leave No Witness. The problem with that, Ash, is that's not even expensive for them. Only one person goes down.
No, but I mean, it is Valorant, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just the first two rounds when it comes down to it. You anticipate, you know, the one that wins the pistol should be winning round number 2. But I do applaud Georgia Tech for trying out a little bit of innovation. Also, it's nice to kind of experiment in that way to see what kind of space you're able to take and what is going to be easily left alone by Leave No Witness on their attacking side. But on their bonus, they're looking more towards your general B split, even could be a full rush towards the mid side here for Leave No Witness.
Dark cover in the Owl drone going to be clearing mid pretty aggressively as LNW wants to get up. They want to take market as it has worked pretty well for them, but I love the utilization of keeping the spike in the back. So if somebody does overextend to get taken down, it's not all of a sudden saving private spike, it's just resetting and going for a rotate, especially now as that might be happening. They did have the spike, they did go down to J Park, and the spike caught out in the open. A very unfortunate situation to be in, goes for the pinch, and instead gets pinched. Soapy finds J Park with a great pop flash out of the corner. The spike's open, the B site is pretty much wide open here, unless Teddy wants to go for the hero play, and she's going to hold her trigger just a little bit longer. The rush down into sight could work well. There it is. One going to be falling down. Zinxie is out of the equation, and Soapy not far behind. A phenomenal slow push from Teddy to keep this dream alive here for Georgia Tech in round number 3. Uh-oh.
This is danger zone here, right, for Georgia Tech. Oh, but Gingivitis right around the corner from stairs, able to close it out as Spurkle lurks towards that mid-market door. But that was expensive, despite still garnering that round win there for Georgia Tech. They lost tons and tons of rifles in the process. Still going to be able to force up with everything that they can, 2 rifles in hands, but a far cry from the full buy that we're seeing from Leave No Witness.
Leave No Witness, like you said, they go for a complete full buy. We've got a Franken buy coming out from the side of Georgia Tech, so maybe they have to play this one a little bit slower than they want. Maybe they need to let Leave No Witness go for a couple of overextensions. Maybe they just need to rat a few corners and try to steal the rifles from them. But there's a couple ways to play this. They just need to make sure they're doing the right one. The flash in the corner, the jiggle peek out. There's the jet, and Zinxie's still able to find the Elim before they go down. The Sultan does find the trade. It's going to be a 4-4 on the board, and now has a Phantom in hand. That could be very beneficial for the team moving later into this progress. They keep the spike down toward that A long. They don't want to commit it too early. And Georgia Tech may find themselves in a disadvantageous state considering the rotations. Oh no, I'm sorry. I just now see that they actually still have the B site locked down as well. So Ash, this could work pretty well for Georgia Tech if they play their cards right here.
Everything should be pretty fine for Georgia Tech here. They're doubled up in tree right now. You have Alarm Bot watching towards your mid side with 2 for a double swing here towards B main. Everyone, for the most part, except for the one lurker on the side of Leave No Witness, that being Soapy, just trying to cause a little bit of chaos, but it doesn't matter when Ezra is better with the Bulldog, the Gravity Well to boot as well to add on to that delay. Now, this is looking like a tough round for Leave No Witness to find a plant.
Last player
As
standing.
for Mark, certainly not as dangerous as their bite. A 3-piece to win the round. And Ash, I mean, you completely nailed it. They had the double commit. They had the lockdown. They were ready to keep that team locked up in bricks, and that is where most of them fell. A 2-2 tie-up here, so the statistical expectations completely at the reset, but the script may have been flipped a little bit, as now Leave No Witness can afford a couple of rifles, but there's certainly no full buy anytime soon.
No, Leave No Witness, they're going to have to go for a full ego here. It's like a semi-buy when it comes down to it. They do have Hunter's Fury available. Unlikely to see that come to fruition unless able to secure some sort of plant. But look at, we're seeing an aggressive play already coming out for A main here on the side of Georgia Tech.
A lot of utility out early, and Snapor is on the wrong side of that paint shell. Sultan finds that early elimination, and traditionally that would halt the rotation of a team, but instead they're going to use it to hold W even further. They want to get in quick, find that trade, but instead now it's a 2 for none as Zinxie does fall to Gingivitis. Gingivitis was the power player for this team way back on Icebox, but right now the rest of the team making just absolute power plays. Gingivitis is 3-piece, accompanied by a 2-piece from that raise. Sultan looking great as well. That was a very strong round from Georgia Tech, but one, like you said, they were expected to win just off the economy alone.
But it's also a really nice read coming out from them because they haven't only been playing A main with the fade pull and the nade. They're switching up sites with the positioning with Sultan and Gingivitis to keep Leave No Witness guessing in that kind of sense. Now, back onto a buy, Leave No Witness. They're going to be going back towards that default here, just looking for some map control because Georgia Tech has the tendency to play a little bit aggressive towards the extremities to maintain control of the mains and those choke points. And Zinxie is going to try and go for an early point of contact here, but the flash going to deny, but still able to creep up with help of the dark cover towards Cat.
Zinxie has definitely felt like a first blood or bust kind of player, and it feels like they want to continue that momentum going up through market. The alarm bot is taken down early, so the information that market is compromised is completely given away out the gate. Here comes the rotation from Snapor, a little too focused on the turret. A wide swing from Ezra, 1KJ, dismisses another from the fight, and that is another numbers advantage for Georgia Tech. I can't remember a round where they didn't have a numbers advantage, or sorry, where they did have a numbers advantage and lost. It feels like if they find the first blood, they've been able to find the round win afterwards, but maybe that tale gets rewritten right about here. A pop flash into trees. It's going to be blocked out. Teddy picks up Spurka, finds a 2-piece of their own, and Skirt goes down as well. A 5v2. I mean, maybe you're just looking for exit frags here. You want to make this round expensive, and it looks like Sultan maybe the only one to bite the bullet.
I mean, I feel like Soapy's just got to try to save the gun here, but with Ezra walking out, knife in hand though, and Soapy's going to come out on top by a little bit more time, but it's still 30 seconds to have to hide to save the rifle into the following round. So that's also plenty of time for Georgia Tech to go on the hunt right now. But the main thing that I want to touch on here, Sept, is the fact that Georgia Tech's positioning has been sublime so far, but we might see a KO versus KO battle come out to J Park out on top. As about how you expect the cookie to crumble here for Georgia Tech. But again, back to what I was saying, they're switching up their positionings every single round. Leave No Witness aren't able to rely on any sort of conditioning to seek out the positions of the players on Georgia Tech on their defense.
Yeah, and actually it's so funny that you say that because you weren't even here for the Icebox earlier, and it's that was the exact story we continued to tell. Gingivitis in particular was playing an op, I think 5 rounds in a row, and never stood in the same spot, and it was all about that unpredictability of, okay, they're not just playing defaults, they're not just playing rotations, you never know where they are. And that can definitely cost this team. I think you're completely correct that it's these rotations and this unpredictability, this positioning that has made this team so successful for these last couple of rounds.
Interesting early lockdown from the defenders to come out as well, just to fully claim this mid control for Georgia Tech as they play more passive towards the mid side and aggression coming out. You can see a walkout coming out through B main there as well, and the timing just off because Leave No Witness. They've looked away from Link. The commitment hasn't happened. J Park able to deny the push in through A main as well, delay for the rotate.
Ooh, I love the microwave setup here. We've got in tree. Both the nano swarms going to be opening up. Only find 26 HP off the jet, but it looks like it was just enough to help the team find success there. Snapor takes down Ezra, but at the cost of 3 of their teammates. Spike out in the open, the spray and pray onto Spurka. 11 HP left on the clock, and I think even with that dark cover up, there's no point in grabbing the spike here. You're certainly not going to be planning it anytime soon.
No, this is tough. I mean, it's an eco round here for Leave No Witness, right? Spurka can't really do much, but maybe try and find some picks, but even one stray bullet through the smoke could be the demise here for Spurka. just gonna have to push and try and find something, because you can't save the sheriff.
Right, there's no point in saving the sheriff here. You've got to go for the hero play, and it's just a firing squad on the other side of that smoke.
Yep.
There's nothing to do. Even if you took out one, there were two more waiting for you, and a team ace for the 5th round win. I believe the 5th round in a row. I'm not positive on that, but it's not the 5th, it's certainly the 4th. Yeah, okay. The 5th round in a row, so while it may have started rough for Georgia Tech, this is a team that's been playing since 10 a.m. this morning. This is a team that plays together every single day. Like, they are feeling very true, and they're feeling very in sync.
And things are looking promising too for Leave No Witness. Those first 2 rounds were looking really good from them, but the second that rifles are in hand here for Georgia Tech, seems like that win condition that has come through now. Leave No Witness, they're in that sticky buy save situation. If you continue to lose rounds, if they can't get one, they're just on those alternating eco rounds. And a slower play though this time coming out from them as they slow contact up mid here with the help of the Aldrin.
Here comes a very early KO ultimate. He wants to get that null command out the gate, and it should be relatively effective, at least toward the market area. Snapor doesn't need util to take down Ezra. Sultan finds a 2-piece of their own. Teddy putting down Zinxie, and all of a sudden the 3v2. The rotations aren't even where they need to be. You drop down in market, you're going to get caught out quick. Smirka's going to be holding this approach, but even if you get the one Elan, there's 2 more ghosts waiting right around the corner. It's the flank from J Park to win it out quickly, and the wallbang will find it. The 6th round in a row, Ash. We're looking worst case scenario, you're tied at the half, and that's assuming they absolutely crumble for the rest of this first half.
Yeah, it's tough because for Leave No Witness, I think a struggle has been, even with changes in tempo on their attacking side, they haven't really found success. The blitzes haven't worked since the pistol and that buy-up round, and then now the slow plays are just kind of allowing Georgia Tech to take that map control for themselves. And when it comes down to it, though, Georgia Tech, I think they're just looking really good as far as their comms go. You can tell that they're super coordinated at the moment, but a nice cloud burst tries to deny that space over towards B main, but a showstopper forced out as well. Not finding much though on the side of Georgia Tech, but will force the rotation away as we see 2 on Leave No Witness looking for the A main space.
Invitational should get a pretty good read with that Prowler, but no elimination following off the back. The 2-person push down A long is about to turn into a 4-piece. Let's make it a 3. A skirt will be traded out by Zinxie there. They've taken a huge power player offline, and we saw back on Icebox, every round Gingervitis was the first team member to fall was a round lost on the side of Georgia Tech Gold. So let's see if they can retell that story a little bit. Certainly feels like they're going to be able to, as Ezra finds Snapor there in mid, just shy of tree, and all of a sudden the 7 remaining players all find themselves here on the A side. Zinxie puts down J Park. Teddy does find that equalizer, puts down an extra elim in the form of that Omen. We've got our friend Soapy left on site. 23 HP in a dream. The bomb buddy just forgets to do its job, I guess. And oh, but it comes back for the clutch. Ezra finds it with the help of that bomb buddy, and that is the 7th round win for Georgia Tech.
That was like a bomb buddy with negative
That's how my bomb buddies
vision.
work. That's what happens when I use a bomb buddy. That's how that goes.
That is tough. Well noted that you do need, you can't really do it on such a wide angle there with the boom bot, but 7-2 here and a defuse win round here for Georgia Tech. The 5 rounds in a row previously, or make that 6, I should say, were all just from even stalling the push on towards site. So this is the most success, at least, that Leave No Witness have been able to find to be able to, at the very least, actually get the spike planted.
Right.
Now we're going back towards that default, and this is the kind of play that usually hasn't turned out so well for Leave No Witness previously on their buys.
Leave No Witness, they've had many rounds that were close, but close simply isn't going to cut it. You know, you find 2 elims, you find 3 elims, you've got to be finding 5, you've got to be finding that spike plant, you've got to do something a little more effective than what you've been able to so far. J Park has a great pinch on the corner here with this flash, but he might not pop it yet. Wants the information that somebody's approaching before he overcommits this utility. Zinxie, though, has a sneak on the corner. It's just that classic game of cat and mouse.
They're just waiting for the turret. The turret will signal the flash there for J Park, right? It's the coordination that's just insane here for Georgia Tech, but not even looking to fight it. But Gingervitis pushed up so far in A main. A double swing could end it all, but Sultan comes out on top, getting 2 as well. Spike in hands here for GT, and now Leave No Witness have to reclaim that space.
a phenomenal two-piece play, and you're talking about how good the coordination is, and they give us a masterclass example of how valuable it can be. Tadishi tries to take that 2v1, bulls them into the mid there, but Sophie does find that firefight in their own favor. A null command coming out from the side of Georgia Tech, a fascinating ultimate, but if it ain't broke, certainly no need to fix it. Sultan with a 4-piece on the board, the ace possibly just around the corner. Snapor runs it under arch from a long, and Gingivitis steals the ace, but that is still a round win. 8-2 on the half, and Ash, this is something that feels important to note. This is Leave No Witness's map pick. But that's the danger of picking a map that everyone's played hundreds of times, is you have no real advantage here.
Yes and no. I mean, I would say even though Ascent is probably the most common map that you see in best of threes and best of ones, at the same time, teams are either Ascent teams or they're not Ascent teams.
That's very valid.
There are a lot of teams that actually struggle on this map. You wouldn't think that would be the case for Leave No Witness because, like you said, it is their map pick. But the way that Georgia Tech is just a lot more coordinated, I don't know as much about the background for Leave No Witness, but I can attest to the fact that GT, I mean, they have history together. They're a collegiate team that play in events together all of the time, so they're going to have that additional experience to bolster their capabilities in matches like these.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it is just the patience that's making the difference right now? Do you think it's just Georgia Tech refusing to hold W that's giving them an 8-2 advantage?
Do you mind elaborating on that?
Like, do you think it's just the fact that they're holding corners, that they're not running it down looking for elims? Do you think it's just this patience that's making these plays? Or do you think it all kind of ties back into their collaboration, their coordination, in the sense of, I don't think we've seen anybody peak anything alone?
It's not just patience, because patience can be punished as well. It's
Very
really the
true.
coordination, it's the utility when it comes down to it, and very rarely are Georgia Tech taking solo fights as well. There's usually always someone following up to get the trade. And I think that Leave No Witness are kind of just struggling to find an answer as far as where they can get an opening right now, because Georgia Tech could do so well to take space of the extremities. And even now, you've got Zinxie moving up here, taking down the alarm bot, trying to put some pressure as all four go through B main.
I like the change in approach here because they've been going through B main pretty consistently. And then the turret shoots, and they're like, okay, reset, kind of rotate out, but they want to go for the turret elim first. Unfortunately, it collapses on top of them as Ezra and J-Park are completely waiting for this approach. This flank does not work well. Cosmic Divide online as well, now splitting the B side in half, making it that much harder to push out of this B main.
You can almost tell that Leave No Witness are playing with a little less confidence right now too, right? Zinxie had all that market space, but then the rest of the team stalled out towards B main, not able to actually put any pressure for Zinxie to have that success. And now Sultan walked up all the way. Cat here has complete mid control for the team, can call a rotation as well. You can see Georgia Tech now resuming more defaulty positions, still stacked towards the B side. Teddy now retaking this space towards mid. Doesn't hear anything though, and with 30 seconds left, the Spike sitting in spawn, looking to rotate on its own.
Perhaps it's all about making noise, but a 1v1 could be just around the corner. There's the Raze and Sova. I mean, essentially back-to-back. If either of them peek that corner there, connecting spawn to the A site, there could be that combat, but I'm not sure the Spike's going anywhere anytime soon. With only 8 seconds left on the clock, this feels much more about preparing for the next round than it does ending this one. Spurka, a very confusing push out. I'm not sure what the goal there was, but it's certainly done regardless. Wow, Sultan's just looking for a highlight reel at this point. Takes down Snapor and completely finds an elim to win it. 9-2 on the board.
One more round before we swap sides here. Georgia Tech looking for the double digits before the second half of Ascent. Meanwhile, Leave No Witness, they're looking to try and get that third round on the board. Stop the bleeding for once here, as they haven't been able to even slow down the momentum with the help of that timeout. But this is tough. I mean, it's not quite a full buy. There is one stinger in the hands of Soapy here for Leave No Witness, but for the first time, we are going to see that 5-person blitz towards A main.
Maybe a 4-person blitz as Zinxie gets deleted just out the gate there. Gingivitis will fall as well, so it's truly not a deficit as it's going to be tied up. The lockdown gonna clear most of the A side, but does leave a pretty large chunk of cat open, so somebody could be holding that arch angle without running the risk of being taken down. Null Command gonna be answering back here with a little bit of help. They could be pushing in, trying to get anybody down. Sapor finds one, Ezra will fall as well, and things are honestly looking pretty darn good right now. They've got the double numbers advantage. They're gonna have the spike plant down, and in terms of economy, they really are pretty. They're pretty ready for the reset. J Park had the sneak there, but Sophie was able to take them down. It's up to Teddy to save the day. She has been an insane player this weekend. Can she live up to that title just one more time here in the first half to secure those double digits?
1v3 situation though. Alarm bot watching Trey as well, so knows that Teddy's really only can really go heaven as an option, right? We'll be able to cover up here, but this should be an easy round for Leave No Witness to secure for themselves.
Oh, now it's even easier as the dart does give Teddy away. She drops down, taken out by the KJ in the triple crossfire. And something I was trying to say before I got interrupted by the combat there is this side swap is pretty much a blessing here for the side of Leave No Witness, because their economy was, like you said, very clunky, very uncomfortable. If they had lost that round, it would have just become this massive snowball. But now they go for that total reset, right? It's a 9-3. It's not comfortable, but it's not a loss yet either. Your back isn't completely against the wall. Ash, what do you think they need to change swapping sides in terms of play style to find more success here on defense?
I don't really think I can answer that question until we see some defenders rounds coming out from Leave No Witness, because we only saw their attacking side. I don't know like what they're going to do here on the defender side. Snipor going for that very classic Killjoy setup that we saw also being done by Georgia Tech. But looks like for the pistol round, GT going to kick things off here with a default, looking for early B main space with the help of the Roomba.
Teddy finds very early space there, so that's KO already offline. The attacking squad got to be feeling comfortable after that. Going in for the B push is always scary when you know a KJ is alive on the other side, and a lot of her util, unbeknownst to them, is completely ready for them to try and take that B site. It's fascinating, though, is they've got a double commit towards the A as well. Now, whether that's to grab the ult orbit to make noise, I'm uncertain, but it looks like it may have just been enough to scout that maybe A is the play here. Like I said, the KJ alone can often be a strong deterrent in pushing a point.
Right there.
Oh, absolutely. Plus, you already have all of this A main space control. You can already see the cut noise towards A main after that first pick too. Had a rotation actually falling back off of Tree, playing a lot more passively. What's troubling though is Spurka is alone here in Hell, a punishable position, because Spurka, he can't get out and play retake with the team.
Yeah, Spurka dutches out pretty quickly here, puts out a dark cover onto site, tries to play dice, and it looks like it's going to work pretty darn tootin' well. Finds both the raise and the fade out the gate. I mean, not supposed to do much, but instead he's going to do it all. Finds a two-piece. Zinksky and Spurka will be traded, unfortunately. They do a lot, they make a lot of noise, and it looks like the numbers may still be in favor of our friends Georgia Tech Gold. Oh, until Pardon misses his shot. There goes Skirt, there goes Snapor, and that is the round win for Georgia Tech. You know, it was better for the Omen than we expected, but unfortunately, it just still wasn't enough.
Yeah, that was a pretty important round win that Leave No Witness needed to. And unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition for them. Likely going to see a force up. I would hope maybe a force up to come through from Leave No Witness, but looks like they're going to stick with the pistols, stay safe, and go with the eco instead of trying to contest this buy up here from Georgia Tech side, who are once again going for the default play, but the positioning already swapped up as far as which agents are playing where.
Sophie trying to go for a rundown strat. Somehow it works. Ezra gets deleted from the equation. It looks like both members are going to be able to make it out. So you found the numbers advantage. You've made a large presence on the A side. Uh-oh, now all of a sudden they're on B as well. Georgia Tech finding a very strong just opening onto the B side. The KJ gone, the Sova missing, and that is a completely open site. Spike plant, 400 credits in their pocket, and possibly an 11th round win as they have completely forced Leave No Witness to do a retake.
But Leave No Witness, they were able to reclaim that one gun through through A main, right? So that's at least a little bit of security for Leave No Witness on this retake. Sultan, who hasn't needed to use the Roomba quite yet, able to now throw down the Boombot, clear out towards CT, and Georgia Tech should be anticipating most of the players on this retake coming from market.
might be the story of the exit frags here. The Spike is already getting into one of its later phases. The miss of the 0 point gives Soapy away. They've got the intel, they've got the locale, and they've got the elimination as poor Soapy trapped in the corner. Spurka found out on the edge as well, and Zinxie possibly going to grab a gun. Might be able to grab something, but I don't think there's any weapons in the area. Looks for an exit frag and finds it, but then that makes a lot of sense. Walks into the Spike as well. You got nothing to save. Might as well commit to it. 11-3 on the board. And Ash, I mean, that was somewhat effective in terms of shaking up the economy.
I did like the idea of going for exit frags there. I didn't get quite as much as I think that Leave No Witness was hoping for, but the idea was good when it comes down to lowering the chances of Georgia Tech finding success off of their bonus in round 3 of the second half now. But rifles are now finally in play here for Leave No Witness. Georgia Tech, since they've got the disadvantage as far as weaponry goes, they're looking to stick together, find some information towards mid.
Ooh! Unfortunate. Sultan just spray and prayed out of this equation here in round number 15. That's unlucky, to say the very least. Sultan has been great at making space for the team and blast packing in, getting an elimination, or at least causing somebody to alert themselves, or give themselves away, rather. The haunt into the corner, gonna force our friends on B site back into Boathouse, and this is always a tough spot to be, because once you go in, there's very rarely a way out, and I think they're gonna learn that the hard way. So before Will falls to that fragment grenade, Ezra finds Skirt as well, so it's unfortunately a 2-2 trade. Only 2 members left standing, but with it being J Park and Ezra, 2 of the flashiest players from the side of Georgia Tech. They could possibly work a miracle here. Ezra does it! A 4-piece to seal the deal there. Absolutely phenomenal clutch play, and possibly the penultimate round of map number 1.
Match point here for Ezra with a 4K. Lockdown now online as well here for Georgia Tech. Meanwhile, for Leave No Witness, that was an anti-eco. That was a must-win for them. Now, having to force up with everything that they can muster. No ultimates online. In Georgia Tech, they have what feels like every piece to the puzzle as far as being able to close out map number 1.
It would be shocking, to say the least, to see a turnaround here simply due to the fact, like you said, Georgia Tech, the puzzles, 95% put together in front of them. They've just got to punch in those last couple of pieces, and with the unique play style we've been seeing a lot from them, it's been so much patience, even on the offense. It's been so much about making sure that what they're committing to is worth it before they full send it in. They're not looking, okay, we just run in and get the Elim's advantage. They want to make sure they can plant the spike and defend it until that round comes to a close. Now Snapor going for the Septilant special here, playing a judge on a tight corner, wants the rat spot, and might be able to pick up, nope, swings a little too far, will go down for their efforts, and it looks like Skirt might not be far behind. That is a wide open site. They've completely been conditioned to believe the KJ and Sova are the only ones here on this B site. Soapy, a great pop flash off the ground, finds a 2-piece. 2 go down to the hands of Ezra once again. That is 6 Elims in 2 rounds. Let's see if they're able to make it 7. Maybe Spurka can be the hero they need, but with only a Spectre to his name, this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, triggering that alarm bot towards the flank as well, but that suppression's about to come through. Yeah, that was you saw the little question mark there on the mini map. So first Spurka, if he can get the drop on Teddy here, could have a chance at a 2v1.
Goes to check the corner, and unfortunately nobody was there to catch him. The 2v1 not happening here today on Ascent. A 13-3 victory for Georgia Tech Gold on Leave No Witnesses map pick. An incredible performance, and now coming up after this, we're just going to be going into Icebox. Also, that's Georgia Tech's map pick, one that they 13-3'd or 13-4'd on earlier today. It was dominant through and through. And Ash, I mean, unless something crazy changes from Leave No Witness here during this break, Georgia Tech has a very good chance at winning this next map.
Yeah, you're thinking about the momentum too, right? So it's that emotional high that Georgia Tech's going to be running off of. Meanwhile, for Leave No Witness, it's a tough pill to swallow to have to deal with a stomp like that. Hopefully they do have the mental to continue on with some sort of endurance, make Icebox close, but this was a map that they needed to win. That being their map pick, knowing that Georgia Tech is going to be so strong on map number 2 on Icebox, their playground.
Icebox is going to be a fascinating map, and we know the team composition they ran as well, but we'll talk about that a little more after the break. We are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here so the players can get up, stretch, use the restroom, do whatever they do. I suggest all of you do the same. We'll come right back here for some more Valorant action in just a couple of minutes. the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In, has been the event of upsets time and time again, over and over and over. And we did technically just see a map upset coming out from Georgia Tech Gold. They win 13-3 over Leave No Witness on Ascent. But if we're talking about upsets over and over and over, Ash, I don't think we're seeing any here. I would be absolutely baffled to see Georgia Tech lose our upcoming map, which is going to be Icebox. They won 13-3 or 13-4 earlier today on this map, and this is their map pick. You know, they dominated on the map that didn't belong to them. We can only imagine what's about to happen here on Icebox.
And you're also looking at that emotional momentum being built off of the 13-3 W over Leave No Witness in map number 1 over on Ascent. So now going into map 2, this could be Georgia Tech potentially cleaning up for 2-0 in this series, but at the same time, we haven't seen Leave No Witness on Icebox today. We don't know what's in store for this team on this map pick, so they could also blindside us, and there's potential for some sort of comeback here.
Yeah, I hope so, honestly. I'd love to see this go all the way to a map 3, or at least just a little more natural than a 13-3. Something a little closer would be very exciting. I know off stream today we've seen a 14-12 and a 13-10, but everything on stream has been like a 13 single digit something. So fingers crossed we get a little bit more action here on Icebox. Now we know that Georgia Tech, last time they ran Viper, Jet, Sova, Omen, KJ. Makes a lot of sense, a very viable comp. I missed my girl Sage. I think she makes a lot of sense, and it looks like my wish is actually already going to be answered because Spurka locks it in, but it looks like on the side of Georgia Tech, they're going to be running that tried and true. It worked last time, and if it ain't broke, no need to fix it.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I feel like, I mean, I didn't get the chance to see Georgia Tech playing on Icebox earlier today, but when you do go for a comp with no Sage, you're going to be more frequently hitting towards the A site compared to
and
B.
they did. And
yeah.
they did.
Okay, so you know, you were there. You can
Yeah.
tell me all the details, because without that wall, B is almost impossible to plant on.
That makes me feel so happy as like an analysis, because I was saying that exact same thing earlier. It was painful because the team they went up against also ran no Sage. They also ran no Duelist. And then when they were on the offense, they hit B 4 times and lost 4 times in a row. And then the game was over, and like that was it.
Yeah.
We were done, and it was like you can't be hitting that B site without a Sage. It feels impossible, but that is exactly how Georgia Tech won this, Ash. It was all about locking down that A site on the offense and the defense. Last map I told you about Gingivitis with that op 4 rounds in a row. That was all on the A site of this map, and it was terrifying to say the very least. If that player can become kind of unleashed the same way, I think this could be an absolute breeze for Georgia Tech Gold.
Yeah, because I think that if you are going to hit towards the B site with no Sage, you're going to have a lot of mid control. You're going to have kitchen and mid, and you're going to have to do a funky plant. Like, you don't plant on default for the most part because you're not going to have Snowman unless you're completely flipping site because the defenders aren't there for whatever reason, are all flanking you. It's going to be very rare to find success without a Sage on that site.
And we make it a whopping 3 seconds into the game before a tech pause is immediately called. So somebody is going to have to get something figured out. That is no problem. That gives us more time to analyze, especially post-agent select. I think this is really fascinating because, Ash, when you look at the team composition with no Sage, it's all about not playing B site. So do you think the defense of a B site is inflicted by not having a Sage, or is it more about the offense of a B site really struggling without that wall?
I think you struggle more on offense because on defense, most of the time, Sage walls are going to be broken right off the bat. So while you do have a bit of additional cover on your choke point, it's just like a smaller gap and you still have that additional pressure. I think, you know, Sage, for some teams, feel like it is a must pick. I think I can vibe with the fact that you're not running Sage, but we're likely going to see then either Teddy or J Park playing a bit more lurky, trying to find space mid on like a late flank and whatnot, just to crunch the defenders on their retake and put that additional pressure. But otherwise, it's likely going to be a lean towards the A side. I'm really hoping to see Leave No Witness play an A heavy default on their defender side because of that.
Yeah, hopefully Leave No Witness is aware of kind of what we've been discussing, right? It's okay, without a Sage, it's all about that A side. So like you said, hopefully they're leaning much more into the A. But I know that when we saw Icebox earlier with Georgia Tech, there were probably 0 flanks in the entire map. But again, that was a 13-3, so they didn't feel the need to flank. What they were doing was working. I feel like this map can lend itself very well to flanking. And like, I think you nailed it. It's going to be J Park or it's going to be Teddy. If somebody's flanking, it's one of those two, sneaking into the wings, hiding in the back line, and looking for those elims. hopefully Leave No Witness is available and aware of that, because I feel like it is very likely. I know that Gingivitis got away with a lot on the B site. Those boxes in particular was updrafting, and the other team never looked up, so was getting 2, 3, 4Ks 3 rounds in a row over on the B side. That was before the whole op thing I was talking about. So it was a lot of remembering that Icebox is the most vertical map in the game. You've got to be looking up on this map, or you're probably going to get taken down.
There are just so many spots that you can get up onto, and that even goes with Teddy on the Omen pick, right? You're going to be able to TP on top of 2 there towards mid, and nobody's watching aggressively for the contact play towards the boiler side. That's easy information on the attacking side for Georgia Tech.
Right.
Leave No Witness. When it comes down to their defender side, I think what is nice for them is that they are running the double sentinel. So you have a KJ, you have a Sage, and even though I said that her wall can be broken down early, some teams also elect not to do that to avoid the detection of presence, to try and condition the other team on their locations and deny them that additional information. But we'll have to see how it does work out, because it's going to be imperative for Leave No Witness to gain the defender-sided rounds for them, because the attacking side with this team composition is going to be a lot more difficult.
Without a doubt. I know the B site was a point of discretion for Georgia Tech Gold. They had a lot of lineup Larry situation going on. They had Ezra and J-Park hitting lineups with the Nano Swarm and Snakebite respectively, so they really wanted to lock it down, and I wonder if they're expecting that same thing to come out from the side of Leave No Witness. But we talk so much about, this team was so heavy on the A side back in map number 1, or back when we saw them on this Icebox. This time they're shaking things up. They want to go a little different. They want to go for the unexpected route. They want to try this B side early, and they, unbeknownst to them, have a pretty decent possession of the B side. They know the Viper cannot be far, but the spike plan comes down. That's already 400 credits in your pocket. Snapor finds Gingivitis. I talked about this earlier. Each time Gingivitis has been first blood, that is usually a round loss for Georgia Tech.
That timing on the wall there from Sultan to be able to get the peek down, though, but now a 3v3 situation in this post plant. 0 point denied, and the recon is up and available for when the wall drops.
Kind of a clunky crossfire, but clearly an effective one, as Sultan was able to find Zinxie. The wall goes up, but it feels more for insult than injury. The shock dart is going to miss, but Ezra certainly is not. Skirt falls. Furka can't even get the half, and that is the first round win for Georgia Tech Gold. Momentum written all over this. That team did not even flinch.
I actually really like that Georgia Tech headed over to the B site for pistol round, because
I agree.
if you're going to find success on a no stage comp on a B side attack, pistol's the one to do it, because you can't be spammed by the rifles or specters, whatever it may be. And on their buy up here as well, on the anti-eco, Georgia Tech are looking to run it back here towards the B side and Leave No Witness. They're stacked heavily here towards mid and A, playing the retake.
Another B push, and again, I think this does make sense. They've got the weapons advantage. They're feeling confident. They're feeling comfortable. They want to go in and take some eliminations out the gate. I'm surprised they don't go for the ult orb, though. They've given themselves away pretty loud, so it's odd that they seem to be cutting noise. Oh,
yeah.
Nope. It really do be like that sometimes.
It do.
And we talked about it. Teddy just hits the nail right on the head. Somebody's in the flank. That spawn, unbelievably effective. I do that all the time. Nobody is ready for that.
Especially with a Spectre in hand, right?
Yeah,
Like, if you have rifles, maybe you expect it, but already melted the defender's side here of Leave No Witness. But to be anticipated, because that's Valorant, that's the pistol in pocket you should be getting round number 2.
So we're following statistics pretty aggressively here, which means we suspect a buy-up coming from the side of Leave No Witness. They've been, unfortunately, kind of walked through in rounds number 1 and 2, 10 eliminations in total. The spike plan, I don't think, has even gone down. Or no, sorry, gone off, and it has not. It has only gone down the one time, and it was an elimination. So maybe we see that same level of dominance here in round number 3. But this is where, if Georgia Tech is going to show a little bit of fear, it's going to be now, because naturally they're just going to have worse weapons.
Absolutely. Plus, you don't want to contest B long with the rifles in hand for defenders, right? But a quick blitz towards the A site. So much cover to be provided with the double controller play coming out from Georgia Tech, but a really nice delay thus far with the help of the snake bite, just waiting for that to drop before pushing in.
There's the second one. So now they're both offline. After this one, you can push right through onto site. I love Gingivitis' kind of small movement there of making sure they're not seen by Catwalk. They want to get up close and personal, and up close they certainly shall be. That Sova just around the corner. Skirt waiting for that Elim. Gingervitis fully aware. This goes way back to that patience discussion on how slow this team can really move to try and cap a site. Sultan does find one, but it may be null and void here as it's going to be a 3-piece out the gate. 4 members left standing. 4 leave no witness, and they are just following the statistical expectations here. This is their round to win. Soapy puts down Teddy with the classic. And as J Park finds an Elim, it is all for naught as 3 members left standing.
Plus, when you come down to it, there's also the Sage on the side of Leave No Witness pushed all the way through. Spurka had walked up towards B main. All of that space allowed the rest of Leave No Witness to comfortably stack towards the A side, expecting Georgia Tech to follow up with that push. But Georgia Tech, now they're heading over towards B, and after not finding the success over on A, you can see that more resources are now being committed over towards the B side from Leave No Witness, going for an aggressive double push up here to deny space early on.
Oh, speaking of denial, it's more than just a river in Egypt, I'll tell you that. Spurka is going to be taken down early. J Park does find that elimination. They've made the space onto box, and they're going to be moving into B site, but it's odd to me, Ash, maybe you could explain this a little better, how they define such an early dominance, and then they immediately kick back and slow things down.
Well, you're going to expect that there's probably a stack closer towards B after their success the first 2 rounds, losing out on the bonus, but it's still a default. Non-committal, you have a reflank impending too to add to the pressure on the defenders, and they don't know that yellow has been taken yet either. So dangerous to have Spike lurking there in case it does get found out early on, but you can see the moves being made towards mid now.
Line up Larry, J Park here. Going to be trying to find some locations onto the site. They want to make a little bit of space. Spike plant comes down. The spray and pray not going to be far behind. Gingervitis caught out by the recon bolt. And oh, it's the fragment grenade that takes down Sultan. Ezra does find the equalizer coming up through mid. Teddy has Kitchen completely in their hands. They fall right into the clutches of Zinxie. And this is going to be a shocking moment for Georgia Tech Gold. Unless they can clutch this back, they're down by only a single player. So a win is absolutely still on the table, especially when Gingervitis finds Skirt. They've equalized. Here comes another smoke to flash off the corner. Zinxie firing into the abyss. This might be a flank, and it is going to be the pop flash. Still finds success on the corner. I'm shocked that Zinxie is still breathing, but he will not be much longer. J Park finds the Elim, and now it's a 2v1. They're getting ready to make it a 2v none as the spike. I believe it's already too late.
It is too late. Soapy doesn't have time here. Just trying to get guns out of the hands of Georgia Tech, but the positioning from Gingervitis was that entire post plant. He was able to just maneuver around the map, use J Park's Viper smokes to just ebb and flow and reposition to keep them guessing on that retake the entire time. Now 3-1 here for Georgia Tech, and an eco being pushed onto Leave No Witness.
I'm trying to remember. It was either, so it was a 13-3 on Ascent. 2, if not all 3 of those rounds lost were like expected rounds to lose. One was a pistol round, one was the eco round, and then one was the other one was a pistol round as well. So those are the only rounds that Georgia Tech lost. Right now, that same story is being told. The only round they've lost is the one they are expected to lose. Now, okay, don't think you're winning a 3v1, even with a Phantom in hand, 3 sheriffs to line up. It is a full squadron in town to take you down, and that's a very effective elimination to find as well, because it's a stinger, but it gets a gun in hand.
Pressure too, like now forcing Georgia Tech to fall off of that A push. Viper's Pit activated as well towards the A side, so at the moment, the only place that Georgia Tech can look towards is going to be mid. You've got that Viper smoke covering underneath tube as well, looking to crawl up into CT and maybe hit A from there.
It's nice to see a mid push. Last time we saw Icebox, there were literally 0 pushes through mid. It was A or B every single time, but this time they want to shake things up. GTG might be doing it just fast enough to sneak in as the rotation from Kitchen, I think, just comes too little too late. Gingervitis finds Skirt. Soapy, where? What? All right. Soapy snuck up, found the Elim, and there it is. Takes down a massive power player in the form of Gingervitis, and they are up top. So finds Soapy. Viper's Pit comes to a close, and Teddy sends that dark cover into the corner. Gonna guarantee another spike plant, 400 credits on the board. The Hunter's Fury is available right now, Ash. I think just holding it until you hear a defuse is not a terrible plan.
No, but also might not be needed because it is an eco here.
That's true.
On the retake. Zinxie does have the null command available, but unlikely to see that to come out unless another rifle can be garnered for them. But look at this what is going on here towards default?
They're watching every corner except the right one, and that is exactly where all three of them are going to come through. Spurka finds Teddy. J-Park does get down Spurka, and oh my goodness, finds Zinxie as well. Okay, J-Park time all over again. Just insane player for the side of Georgia Tech. Gold wins the 4th round out, and they had to use no ultimates to get that to happen. Actually, you're completely right. You know, now they still have the Hunter's Fury in their pocket. They might not even need it.
It was looking a little scary at first, but made it work in the end. And Viper, there's 4 ultis available here for Georgia Tech's side. Nearly a 5th as well. I believe Killjoy is only 2 away from that lockdown. Now moving back over towards the B side, which again, you wouldn't really be expecting with the team composition coming up from Georgia Tech, but it doesn't matter when you're winning out those gunfights.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing the expectation, the conditioning they've created is, okay, this team comp shouldn't be pushing B. Let's do it. They're not going to be ready for it. And right now, the team location indicates that they were not. They've got nobody on the B site. The KJ rotating in quickly. She wants to stay within line of sight of her util. And okay, maybe this one doesn't work out well for Georgia Tech. Teddy and Gingervitis going to get caught out early, but they've won a 3v5 once already here on Icebox. So I'm certainly not ready to count this team out yet.
No, but look at the positioning. You've got bottom tube control here for Leave No Witness. That's Spurka already pushed up to see the cross in case the rotation does come through. Now, Leave No Witness, they can comfortably stack towards the B side, expecting that most of this team is leaning that way. The Spike, though, will look to rotate off, and Ezra in a very punishable position here to take some fights all by himself. Good for 1. Is he good for the 2nd?
That's one of those situations they knew where Ezra was. You shouldn't be taking the 1v1s on that. If they both swung, no way Ezra takes you both down, and they would have been able to find the Elim or at least the trade. Right now, it is just the scariest game of Ring Around the Rosie I've ever seen in my life. There it is. Ezra puts down Snapor, and it should get put down by the...
30 seconds left.
What? All right. I mean, it's cool. Everybody's wearing sunglasses this round is actually what's happening. Nobody can see anybody. Skirt gets the intel. There's no reason Ezra should still be alive. Literally 0 reason. There she is. Oh, the op. Smirka might have been nervous about the op, but you found the Elim. You got the job done, and now Sultan has the Hunter's Fury, so maybe this is the round they bring out the play I was expecting. You got the intel. You know Sova's above you. Maybe you put him 6 feet below you, but it's just a 1-1 trade. You get the op out of the hand. Skirt's got plenty of time to grab it, and that is the 2nd round win for Leave No Witness. Best spray in the game right there.
Oh. Lobster spray. But man, that was insane as far as just the timing and the luck that Ezra had just walking through mid there. It was RNG was on Ezra's side, but huge for Leave No Witness to be able to actually claim that round. Despite the round win though, money is still hurting because it came down to 1 player. They do have 3 ultimates to work with though. Spurka does have that resurrection available if a first point of contact does go awry. And then you do have a lockdown as well for the retake alongside that null command.
Get out of my way.
A lot of ults going to be making their appearances early here, starting off with that Blade Storm from the side of Georgia Tech. Gingervitis has been pretty impactful with it, but its 1 number has already gone down. Let's make it 2, including Gingervitis. So that Blade Storm completely null and void. A 3v5 once again. 3rd round in a row. GTG has found themselves in a 3v5 disadvantageous state. It's definitely got to be hurting. They've got an econ advantage this round as well. This round should not be going the way it is, but his Skirt just walks out into the heavens there completely unattested. Spurka finds Ezra. Soapy finds Sultan. And Snapor looking for just that 1 more Elim onto our 1 HP friend, Teddy. Sorry, 3 HP. There it is.
Yeah, not too much you can do there for Teddy. At the very least, does manage to take down the operator, but will be picked back up here by Leave No Witness. I feel like we've got to see some defaulting for a pivot coming out from Georgia Tech. Maybe a heavier A commits as well, because B just hasn't been panning out. The win condition for the B wins here for Georgia Tech really do rely on the first blood getting a pick or 2, because now that those rifles are online, Leave No Witness have either been getting the trades or just spraying down, not allowing space to be taken.
Yeah, and you know, with Breeze being removed from the competitive pool, Icebox has become the map of firefights, you know, of those 1v1s, of those gunfights, and it's usually Georgia Tech finding themselves on top of these last couple of rounds. History has certainly been rewritten by Leave No Witness, and they want to try and tie things up right here. For the first time in this series, we could see a tied game. Teddy plays their cards right, though. They should catch out that Viper. Ain't no way! Oh, phenomenal shot from Soapy there. I love the play from Teddy. Gets a little overzealous, unfortunately, and it does cost them their life. 5-4. This could be Leave No Witness's time to shine here, Ash. They are only 4 elims away from tying up the series. Or tying up the map, sorry.
Rotation for Soapy as well to have the operator now towards Snowman's side. Nice delay with the snake bite, baiting that out, knowing that a huge delay condition is going to be the molly. But Gingivitis gonna get aggressive, take down the operator. So Soapy is now out, and just punishments after punishments. No more updrafts available there for Gingivitis. Will be taken out by the Hunter's Fury in a 4v2 in this post plant.
That was an incredible Hunter's Fury. Very well done from Skirt. Snapor finds Sultan. J Park, you're good, my friend, but you got to be great here to win this 4v1. Puts up the orb, sneaks into Spike. Oh, no way.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Get it. Oh, it happens again. Oh, my goodness. It's the 1-1 trade, but unfortunately, you just can't find the twofer, and that is a 4-4 game of Icebox so far. This is entertaining, Ash. I wanted one thing. It has been achieved. I am entertained.
That was so risky. The vision was there, but if he had not stepped in his own molly, it could have been, there's potential for it to have been a different round.
The pieces were there. They were just put in the wrong order, and it does cost the round. But like you said, you know, risk sometimes does equal reward. You gotta be willing to take those steps.
But now that we're equalized here, JT's J Park, I should say, stumbling over my words, are going to be calling a timeout here for Georgia Tech to slow down the momentum that Leave No Witness have been garnering. I think a big struggle for them right now is that Soapy on the Viper op plays are just shutting down initial pushes. That first point of contact, if they're peeking it, usually good for the first blood.
Absolutely. Soapy has been wildly consistent with this operator, and it's funny because I praised Gingivitis for their op plays last time. We haven't seen them once this time, so they're definitely going for a pace of play, a change in their play style, and one that may not be working because Soapy is filling the shoes they've left behind and becoming that op player. And that's the scariest thing about it, is being that op player. Okay, now they're on the other team. We need to change something to find success here.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. I think a big condition is definitely Sultan on the Sova, being able to throw off the top of it. But with the way that Soapy likes to cause a Leo is making it tough to rely on that conditioning. But when it comes down to it, we're going to see a default, a heavy push coming out from the side of Georgia Tech this time around. But the spike in J Park's hands actually leaning towards the B side.
Leaning toward the B side could be beneficial. It's going for that kind of diversion of expectation, but it hasn't been working as well as they wanted. So I think they're going to be going for possibly a default towards A. They've made the space. They've gotten a little bit of intel, but looks like they're still not super sure as that spike seems to be rocking down toward a B. They want to clear a site entirely and then have somebody push through, but maybe it's all about making space and then faking it to B because look, the B site's wide open now. They've completely taken the bait here to rush to A.
Yeah, B side is wide open, but you do have a long angle being stared down. Wait, what is this timing?
All right, sure.
I don't.
Yeah, okay. Sure, things happen sometimes. We'll take it. A very fascinating interaction there, but the lockdown does come to fruition. It clears everybody off the A side, but the noise has truly been moved over to B. It's going to be a 4v1, and they're going to let you get close. Georgia Tech's going to let you tie things up, but they are certainly not going to let you take the lead unless you earn it, Zinxie. You're going to have to earn it in a 1v4 here.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation, you don't have much money to work with.
Right.
4v1, you got to save that rifle. Try to go for maybe one exit frag if possible, but this positioning is going to be rough.
There it is.
Ezra, the reflank through mid to shut it all down, and our rifle to be taken into the next one.
This has just been the map of timing diffs so far. It's honestly kind of incredible. That one there, included Snapor, had just turned to that corner in time to find that headshot, and it's worked out well. Georgia Tech takes the lead by but a single round. If they can secure one more, they can make it worst case scenario a 6-6 at the half, but we all know they're looking for that 8-4. They're not worried about a 6-6. They want to take as many rounds as humanly possible, and with 4 ultimates in their back pocket here, Ash, I mean, that could be their time to answer back quickly.
Oh, for sure. And you've got to judge back online here. So Sophie's going to throw down that Viper
Oh!
once again, but Sparkle with 2 off the bat here towards B main, shutting off the other angle, so Sultan can't even get the refrag.
That is devastating. Sultan does find Zinxie in a pretty clutch up moment there. 4v3. Resurrection is online. That Sage still standing. She was the one to find those eliminations, so maybe you just get your member up and kicking once again. It looks like they're certainly going to. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. You use lockdown to secure a safe resurrection. And with those numbers advantage, you know you've secured this B site, but the A site only has that Viper to their name. And last time they tried to run this exact strategy, they did lose that round because the Viper got picked off early.
Ezra again walked up through mid though, knowing that it was left. Gonna go check it back, but Ezra still is gonna be able to come out on top. No one knows either if anyone has crept up through the backside of A, which is pretty scary, and kitchen plays here for the side of Leave No Witness, but largely they don't have much map control.
Not a lot of map control at all. Now maybe Zinxie gets caught out here.
No.
Thinks they checked
No.
it and did not check deep
30
enough.
seconds left.
It will be traded, luckily enough. Spurka with a 3-piece of their own, and as that Viper's pit is going to have to be abandoned here. The B site is open. Snafor finds Teddy. Sultan in a 2v1 has been an incredible player so far, but Ash, all things considered, this is going to be a tough one to win.
I think this is a great play here coming out from Sultan. Trying to find one towards mid, re-clear, will at the very least potentially walk up behind, and then could play Hunter's Fury solo afterwards. But it might be a mistake. Now
God.
looking back, alarm bot there, not
Why
having
is
to
your
get
knife
out
out
and
ever?
punished by Sniper. I honestly, unlucky timing there, but you can't have your knife out in that situation. You have no info on where they're retaking from.
That was, again, timing. Pull the knife out at the wrong time. I mean, that is unfortunate, to say the very least. I mean, that is just another round win. It's going to be tied up. GTG has taken the lead, and Leave No Witness. They've been close. This is the second time they've tied it up. Can they break the curse? Can they take the lead on GTG's map pick?
Let's go.
There's potential there, and that's tough, but that shows to the mental endurance that I was talking about earlier
Right.
on, right after a big stomp like the 13-3 on your map pick. But now speeding things back up here on the Georgia Tech side towards B main. Again, the one way to slow things down coming out from Soapy, who is actually trying to play around it, not able to use it thus far, can back off for the retake. And Gingivitis not as keen to push in aggressively through that one way as previously seen.
They've gotten control of VAL of the B site in their clutches once again, but it's no longer about getting this site. That hasn't been a problem for them. It's about keeping it, because they've been on site every single time. They get the spike plant down, but recently the answer back from Leave No Witness has been coming in the post plant, in the retake. So maybe they want to just change things up, find an Elam prior to the plant rather than vice versa. And Gingivitis might get their head taken off their shoulders, but instead they're giving Soapy a haircut. Wouldn't be a jet clip without a dash into the wall, and Skirt knew that was coming. Found the wall bang headshot and ties things up 4-4. Sniper might have the opportunity to get a frag through mid here if they keep an eye on the back, but as the Viper's pick comes out, it's that much harder for this team to do much of anything.
Oh, and look at Teddy's positioning as well, reflanking for CT. This is a near impossible retake situation for Leave No Witness with Teddy hot on their tail.
Oh, I like the null command, though. I think it's a very intelligent play. Sultan does find Spurka. Zinxie does use that null command courage to get in there, find a 2-piece of their own, and bring down the Viper's pit. A 1v2 as Zinxie does get the flank. There's a third. They know the fourth can't be far behind. Null command comes to a close. They've got the pop flash, and they run right into Teddy's LOS. Teddy flanks all the way around through mid into Snowman, and it works out well at the end of the day. That flank was a long one, but by golly, was it worth it. They take the lead once again on Georgia Tech.
Changing the tempo a little bit there towards the B side. We've seen blitzes towards B previously from Georgia Tech, but that time they showed that aggressiveness and then dialed back. They didn't choose to push through that one way like we had previously seen. And now on the last round before you swap sides, Leave No Witness hardly have a full buy. You've got a couple eco weapons alongside those rifles, but it should be easy from the weapons advantage alone for Georgia Tech to take it 7-5 before you swap. But also look at this mid aggression coming out from Leave No Witness for the first time.
mid aggression is definitely a new change of pace, and we've learned one thing from Georgia Tech. It's that changing the pace is what it's all about. Teddy goes down quickly, trying to play that box once again. Second time we've seen it fail, actually, as well. The stage slow comes out, and as that lockdown comes to a close, the A site has been opened all the way up. I mean, every ultimate under the sun gonna be used here, because you use it or lose it, right? You gotta make sure you're using it early. The snake bite finds Sultan early, so the Hunter's Fury will never make an appearance here in the first half, unfortunately, from the side of Georgia Tech. A lot of damage to be dealt, a lot of players to be fallen. It looks like a couple more will be falling here. It looks like a 6-6 is just over the horizon. One player left standing. J-Park has the lineups, gets half the spike diffused, trying to burn out the timer, and they might be able to find the sage as well. There she is, but Soapy, one Viper player, knows another like the back of their hand, and J-Park will learn the hard way that lineups can't win you everything. That's a 6-6 on the half.
I feel like it completely cast or cursed that by saying it should be an easy W there, 7-5 for Georgia
good job,
Tech.
Ash.
Hey, Georgia Tech, they chose to play on site in the post plant, which is a big risk when you know you've got eco weapons running at you and running you down. But it's pistol rounds here, and we're even Stevens. It's like a fresh start as everything is reset, almost as if we are 0-0 right now. But either team, and either team to get the pistol has the advantage for the second half of this map.
I do want to call back that 2 of the rounds they've lost in this one, excuse me, no, 1 of the rounds they've lost in this one, and 2 of the rounds they lost on Ascent were pistol rounds or the expected loss round after the pistol round. So hopefully there's a little bit of a rewrite here for the side of Leave No Witness, considering they have, I think, a 0% win rate with pistol rounds right now against Georgia Tech Gold. They'd love to win this one. They'd love to rewrite the expectations and rewrite history off the back of it, but it feels like Georgia Tech, they just used the raw mechanics to win out these rounds. Unfortunately, Soapy finds it. That box has been Soapy's saving grace so far. Third round we've seen where Soapy gets an elim around that box in particular in that mid area, 5v4. The heal comes through. That is a complete 5 squadron ready to run it, and it looks like it's going to be a fake rotate back away from B toward the A. They're going to go for the spike. They're going to play it slow. They didn't want to commit the spike too early and end up losing it. When they cut noise here, everybody's not sure what to do next.
No, but you look at the way Georgia Tech's moving. They're all going as a unit, expecting one behind the corner, though. Sultan
Who looks there?
Sniper. Hey, honestly, it's such a common lurk spot for your sentinel. Yeah, you
I
click
would have
behind
died
the
there.
box.
I would have never
put your
looked there.
turret on the box too, and then you hide behind it, and they hit their bot and not you.
That's
Turret
crazy.
wasn't there, but it's the mood.
I would have never looked there. I would have gone down for sure. A huge play from Sultan. Zinxie has the fragment grenade, and I think that can be very beneficial to just making some general space, especially as you've already got Ezra. Sultan peeks the corner. Absolute mad lad right now. A 3-piece for Sultan, trying to help the team win this one out. Teddy does find Skirt, and it may be too little too late for this team to do much of anything, as Soapy will also fall. The spike nowhere near its expiration date in the 7th round, going in favor of Georgia Tech Gold. I believe that maintains their 100% win rate of pistol rounds against Leave No Witness.
I like how both teams played that round. You had 3 largely playing together on the side of Georgia Tech, just completely playing together in like herd mentality, using the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, Leave No Witness having that map control towards the A side, knowing no flank has been pending. You have a lurk as well, and just cutting noise. But now, buy up here coming out for Georgia Tech once again, and on their eco round, Leave No Witness are looking to blitz towards the A side and have one actually playing in that spawn angle.
Going for the A here. This is where we saw a real dominance from Gingivitis on the defense with the Marshal or with the Operator, just like that. Spurka falls, the spike in hand, a snake bite to boot, so you got to be careful getting the spike, but it looks like KO doesn't have much of a problem off the back of it. They're still trying to rush it down this A side, even knowing Gingivitis is in the wings. A blind fire spray through the wall, gets another spike carrier down and out. Soapy finds Sultan, but it's not worth the trade. Here comes that dark, that smoke, excuse me. Dark cover. And Gingivitis still living on Catwalk. Ash, this is such a good example of what I kept telling you about. It was this exact play style that won them this map so dominantly earlier today.
Yeah, it's going to be scary once the Operator is hand in hand there for Gingivitis, but sticking together once again, not looking to give any 1v1s. Leave No Witness, though they do have to regroup here toward... Oh, they're swapping the trade. How do you feel about that?
I'm excited, honestly, because it means Gingivitis is probably going to get way too aggro here. That's what I'm hoping for. The swap can only mean one thing, and it means Gingivitis wants to get a little closer than they're able to with a Marshal in hand.
30 seconds left.
You gotta go towards A here. You have no time to rotate.
Yeah, you're not
Side
making it to
Sniper
B.
though with the headshot. But Gingivitis with the trade now. 1v3 situation, all skirt.
All skirt all day. I mean, here we go. This is going to be a tough one. Hopefully they check their corner here, and it's a crossfire, so it doesn't matter if you checked your corner, you were down either way. I do want to make a prediction right away that Gingivitis is now going to updraft onto the boxes on B long and try to get the elimination there. It's just a little fun prediction I want to try, because that's what he did last time, but it looks like I'm already wrong, so that's a bummer. But either way...
You should have waited 5 seconds before hedging your bets.
I wanted to say it before he did it, though, because I wanted to seem cool if I was right, but unfortunately it backfires drastically, and it makes sense, though, because like I said, this is where Gingivitis belongs, is this A long. Or A main, sorry.
I think it's also knowing that with the force up in the previous round, the bonus here is really strong for Georgia
true.
Tech because there's no rifles for Leave No Witness, so it's got to be a blitz towards the A side to get those close quartered fights.
Speaking of close quarters, Gingivitis literally
No.
in their
What?
spawn right now. Finds Soapy and gets away with that smoke. The cloud coverage there is going to help Gingivitis live another day. Did that last game as well. It was just as effective. Actually, it was a 3K last time, so a little less effective, but still, an elim is an elim. He didn't even take a bullet for his troubles there. Full HP on the board. 72 seconds remaining, so more than enough time to rotate out toward B if they feel like they don't really want to test their luck here. Feels like they want to test their luck, though, and lucky they are not, Ash. A 3-piece for Gingivitis. Only 2 members left standing. One of them completely given away there. Looking for the ace here. Hungry for it, even. Ah.
Sniper is always good for one with the Marshall, though.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. That's why the
That
name
is-
comes in play, right? The Sniper.
Absolutely. But this is tough now because, man, down 3 rounds, losing out on your rifling round because of a force gone awry. At the very least, they do have rifles now in hands, but the economy is so healthy on Georgia Tech's
Yeah.
side. They're able to still bonus through. Sure, it's going to be tough against these rifles, but
Give me those back.
4 falls. Not good for the Marshal this time. Uses every other knife. Unfortunately, only has a sheriff left to their name. Tries to spray and pray. Wants to get over. Oh, it's only a Spectre. Not a very good long distance gun either. Soapy finds Sultan. J-Park finds Spurka. And Ezra up mid here into kitchen. Finds Soapy. So that is a huge play. 4v2 against Leave No Witness. And this is a game all about momentum, Ash. And only one of these teams truly has momentum right now.
okay, so you saw Georgia Tech earlier today. Was there defenders? I mean, I know that the Icebox game went really well for them overall, but would you say that the defensive side for them on that first time playing Icebox for the VAL Times Invitational was extremely strong?
Easily. I mean, like I said earlier, Gingivitis got, I think, 26 eliminations. Probably 17 plus of those came from the defensive half. I mean,
Okay.
it was a lot of the defensive play. Like I said, with the Marshals, with the Ops, Gingivitis in particular seems very impactful, and the rest of the team really likes to just play off the wings of that.
Okay, so they started on defense that
Yes,
time then.
yes.
Okay, that makes sense. So this is going to be a tough one for sure. And Soapy already finding that first point of contact, tagged up by the recon, having to force their way all the way back to avoid being sprayed through the smokes. And lacking in map control here on the side of Georgia Tech. They have completely fallen off of A main, but no information otherwise.
Yeah, very little information. And just to dip back into our post conversation just a minute ago is another reason that's why I kept saying every time Gingivitis died, they lost the round, was because that's the play style this team really likes. Let our Jet do the Jet thing, and then we'll just clean up what's left. If the Jet goes down first, the cleanup becomes a lot harder. So maybe that's something that we want to see Leave No Witness looking out for, trying to peek those same eager angles and getting those eliminations early, taking the Jet offline, and then deconstructing the rest of the team post-Jet elim. I think it'd be very beneficial, but right now, it's not about the Jet, it's all about the KJ, that lockdown online for the side of Leave No
There are
Witness.
lineups for
And
this?
they're going to make a lot of space. If there's a lineup from A to B like that,
30
that'll be
seconds
shocking. Oh!
Oh my god, J Park
That's a
does have a lineup!
That's incredible, J Park. My hat off to you. That's a weird one, too.
That is whack, but look at the reflank to come through here from Georgia Tech, but already so much pressure being put onto the post plant here. but things could get sticky really quick.
Absolutely, especially when Ezra is given away in terms of location, but somehow breaks the curse and makes the momentum boost. 2v2 trade, and okay, never mind. It's a bloodbath here in favor of GTG. Ezra finds a 3-piece there. I thought Ezra was gonna be the first one to go down. They missed that Sonic Dart, and I was like, okay, you're gone. Nope. Ezra finds a 3-piece, dismisses most members of the team back to their spawn room, and that is the 11th round win. Georgia Tech feeling mighty strong with their performance so far. Only 2 rounds to go, Ash, and they win this grand finals out in a 2-0.
I mean, there's so much stall potential on the defender side with this team
Like lineups from
composition.
A all the way to B.
Yeah, and then you also have not Sniper, Ezra, who's playing the Killjoy pick, has your back, watches the flank. Gingivitis always going to be playing a little bit aggressive, looking for that early peak to shut one down, get the first blood early on. And then you've got Teddy, just that added padding to the team to have the additional controller coverage to stall out any other choke point that the Viper is not already covering.
This is the play! This is the one I tried to predict! Dang it! I was on the wrong round! The updraft out of the boxes. Last time nobody looked up, and
no.
Ash, they're looking up this time. Skirt looks up, gets put down, but Spurka does find the trade. There was a 4K last time we saw Gingivitis do that back earlier today. And the res! So it's all for nothing. It is all null and void. You've given your life and you've given a phantom to the opposing side as well. The Hunter's Fury comes out, I think, as an attempt to stall the res. I think the Sova did get hit, gets healed up. NBD, 11-6, 5-4 against Georgia Tech. This is winnable, Ash, but it's uncomfortable, no doubt about it. They lost their power player, so to speak.
But I do like the play to have the Viper's Pit that was thrown on the A side drop. That sound cue being given over towards Leave No Witness to anticipate that the Viper might be out of position. But with the toxic screen already invested here towards B, Leave No Witness, they're not falling off. They're looking to commit and take actually a lot more mid control here.
Oh.
Not looking up. What is this play?
They look up earlier, but they completely forget about it now. They think they killed the only person above the headline, and unfortunately, it's Teddy who's just dominating. You talked about the importance she has had as a player, and it is through and through incredible. Finds a double off the high ground there, and it looks like that should help them secure what could very likely be our penultimate round and a match point. We need a miracle run here for them to lose it. Sniper goes down. It's up to this poor Sova to save the day. Skirt, a sheriff in hand, a new sheriff in town. He finds one, can't find 3 more, and that is the penultimate round, possibly coming to a close. 12-6. That is 6 rounds in a row, Ash, won by a single team.
Match point here for Georgia Tech. And again, they took that 13-3 on Leave No Witnesses map pick. They're on Ascent for map number 1. So potential to close it out 2-0 here in this next round. And I mean, every round from now is a must win for Leave No Witness.
Right.
But even more importantly, they need to save as many guns as they can if they can secure the round wins, because they have no money to work with.
They've got no money, but they've got a couple of ults. If they're able to get in to use them, the null command could be huge here. The Viper's Pit as well, if you can get onto site, can make a lot of space, but it's all about the ifs, ands, and buts. And as Soapy goes down, they are not going to be using that Viper's Pit here in round 19.
Eddie's positioning has just been so good. But again,
It always
leaning
just feels like
towards
it's the
that
right
B side.
place.
Yeah. Peeking at the right time.
Yeah.
Perfect positioning. Again here, great crossfire to come through, and Spike is down.
Spike has fallen. There's the null command I wanted to see. Makes a lot of sense. You're down 1. Wow, incredible shot from Teddy onto the 0-point knife, so no information coming off of that. No hack either. Sniper has the intel, has the download, has the read, but if you stand in a straight line like that, folks, you're going to get taken down quickly. Poor Sniper left on their lonesome, and Gingivitis with a sniper takes out Sniper, and that is going to be Georgia Tech gold, Leave No Witness behind there in Grand Finals. A 2-0 victory, Ash, and I'll say a very strong one at that.
They looked good on the attacking side, but when it comes down to it, Leave No Witness, they did have a stronger defense because of the composition that they were running as well, having so much stall potential and whatnot. But that's why they needed to rack up those rounds on the defender's side. Georgia Tech just kind of ran the show once we swapped sides. Not much, lots of info potential, but not really any entry potential on the composition of Leave No Witness there. And Georgia Tech, they kind of ran that map control on defense.
Without a doubt, the final score being 26-9 in terms of both maps coming apart. So Georgia Tech taking a very strong dominance through and through. The team comp a little less meta, you know, with no Sage. It's, people are going to be judgmental of that. It's going to be a little weird. It forces them to play different, but they played different and they played very, very well. They dissected Leave No Witness's traditional team comp, and they just truly worked wonders. Ascent was a great map, but Icebox really seems like that's their home. That's the map they love to play.
Absolutely, and a really interesting composition when it comes down to it. I love to see that innovation for Georgia Tech and whatnot. Still GG's to Leave No Witness, NT here in finals, but unfortunately that doesn't get you that grand prize. That's going to be Georgia Tech, our finalists and our grand finals winners here within the VAL Times Invitational, hosted to you guys by Stay Plugged In. But Sept, I mean, today was just overall a really fun day.
It was. I mean, there was so many upsets, so many just destroyed expectations and statistics completely falling out the window there. It was incredible, to say the very least. I mean, it was just a great performance through and through from each team. Everybody had a cool story to be told, and it was an awesome day. Ash, thank you so much for joining me, and a huge shout out to our entire production squad in the back line doing everything you guys see production observing. Ash and I are just sitting at home looking nice, and they're doing literally everything else. So a big shout out to everybody that made this possible. A big shout out to all the teams that came out. We couldn't do this without teams, so thank you all for coming in. Of course, thank you everybody for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you in the next one.